Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. I want to wish all of the dads and father figures a very happy Father's Day today. The line to get into Belmont Park was around the corner this morning, and lots of fans coming in for the great activities and free giveaways that we have. Hope you're coming out to spend your Sunday afternoon with us. I'm your host, Acacia Kamal. Pleased to be joined by champion jockey Richard Migliori. Happy Father's Day, Richie.
Thank you so much, and it's just great to be here at Belmont and feel the excitement. It's great energy. There's a buzz around. And like you said, a little difficult getting in this morning.
It was. I want to wish a very happy Father's Day to my dad, Brian, and my father-in-law, Christoph. We're very lucky to have such great memories at the track with our dads. I know with your family as well, with your kids, and now you're a grandpa, too.
Yeah, my first Father's Day as a grandpa, Isabella Rose, and I'm excited. Hopefully I get to see her today before I head home.
I love that. Well, we will kick things off in style as far as our live racing is concerned here on America's Day at the Races. We have 9 races on the card today, a 2-year-old race to start things off, and 2 stakes with the New York Stallion Series. Our races, as always, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Fast and firm here at beautiful Belmont Park on this lovely Sunday for Father's Day. You can join Naira Bets today and play all the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code BONUS200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com for your $200 deposit match. To start off the day, it is our 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spencer Farm, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. And right now, here's a look at the field for this 2-year-old race, going 5 furlongs on the main track. Wine on Tap, a filly whose sire, her dad, Tappet, has been a prolific sire, currently the favorite, as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale here with us. Maggie, your thoughts on these 2-year-olds?
Well, Acacia, first of all, I want to wish my husband, Tom, a happy Father's Day, even though he's in a place right now where it's not Father's Day. He's in England. And also happy Father's Day to my dad, Howard, as we'll take a look at this race here, where we see Todd Pletcher, no surprise, taking all the money. And guess who's on the horse's back? Arad Ortiz, Wine on Tap, as she is a daughter of Tappet. The dam was a Great Stakes winner on synthetic. This is her first foal to run. They paid a lot of money for this filly as a yearling, $600,000. And look, she's very fit. She's incredibly professional, but she's also a frame that suggests that longer is better, as the pedigree would too. You know, she has this really long swinging walk, a big stride. Now, if she's able to get into stride quickly, going the 5/8, more power to her. That's great. She'll probably win this race, despite it being a distance that is probably ending up to be too short for her. But I just wish there was also a little bit more of her. She's kind of that long tubular frame where she doesn't carry that much conditioning, whereas the horse that both Meg and I selected here is number 5, Looks First. She doesn't look like a 2-year-old filly. She looks like a 3-year-old, and even could look male, to be honest, because she's big. She has a lot of substance to her, and that at this point in the year with these 2-year-olds counts a lot. You want the bigger, stronger, more developed, physically mature horses than their lesser developed counterparts. She was just a little bit green when she hooked up with the pony, but how often do we see Dave Donk reaching out for John Velasquez? It's usually when he likes a horse. I like the 2. Now, great, I don't love back-to-back gate breezes, but a 47 flat and a 59-4 out of the gate on the training track here at Belmont is pretty darn good. And she just ticks every box for me, Acacia. I'll take her here in this opener.
All right, Maggie, thank you. She's 8-5 right now as we get a good look at some of the fans in the backyard. And Richie, a fun way to kick things off with the 2-year-old fillies. And to Maggie's point, the horses that you see a little bit more physically mature at this time really can be the key when facing some others that are still developing. Reminder, you can follow along and get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit naira.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances of all the races on today's today's show. And there's a good look at that filly on the outside for trainer Dave Donk. Looks first, as you can see what Maggie's talking about with the size and the substance that she does carry.
Yeah, I think, for people at home to think about 2-year-old horses like you would children, right? They develop at different stages. Some are a little more mature earlier than others. Some take a little while to catch up physically, mentally. She looks like she's very focused. Love what I'm seeing from her, the size of her, the scope, and she's taking serious money now, 6-5. Dave Donk, a trainer not noted for winning with first-time starters, a trainer that tends to kind of race his horses into condition and they have longevity. But he did also come up under a master in Woody Stevens, and Woody Stevens was very proficient with first-time starters, obviously. I was talking with Joe Brocklebank yesterday. He actually rode Danzig for Woody, who won on debut here very impressively. So, Woody, certainly Dave learned a lot of lessons from Woody, I'm sure.
Want to give a quick mention to the #1 Devil at Midnight, trained by Melanie Giddings, her first starter here in New York. She's had a handful down in Florida, former assistant to Jeremiah Englehart. Of course, Maple Leaf Mel. That's Mel. There she is. And we wish her the best of luck with this 2-year-old filly by Unified.
Yeah, and you get Sean Bridgman in for the ride. Sean used to be a mainstay here in New York. Got to kind of traveling around a bit. I'd like to see Sean kind of dig in one spot for a while. You
saw the jockey standings there. Rat Ortiz on the favorite, the #4 Wine on Tap. And as Maggie mentioned, he does move the board, but he often delivers too with a 5-win day yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, he's just riding in such good form. He's in that zone, that confidence level. I'm not a big fan of Wine on Tap. I mean, not the horse, just Wine on Tap in general.
You like it from the bottle instead?
I'm a little more of a traditionalist.
That's fair. That's fair. Loading in for the Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. We'll kick things off with the young fillies. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Ready for the start. And they're off. And Wine on Tap broke well along with Devil at Midnight, who's down at the rail. Looks first, now moving up and into third. Then Just the Oaks in fourth. It's 5 lengths back to I Like Fun Size, who trails the field in fifth. And these 2-year-old maiden fillies go around the far turn with Devil at Midnight taking the lead here by a little more than a length. Wine on Tap runs in second, and Looks First is in third. Down on the inside, Just the Oaks in fourth. The quarter, 22 1/5 seconds as they come for the quarter pole. Here comes Wine on Tap up to challenge Devil at Midnight for the lead. Wine on Tap is in front. Devil at Midnight battles on down at the rail. Devil at Midnight battling Wine on Tap as they hit the 8th pole. It is Wine on Tap now clear from Devil at Midnight. Farther back, Looks First. Late run from I Like Fun Size out in the middle of the track. They're coming on for the finish, and it is Wine on Tap to take the opener on this Father's Day. I Like Fun Size came on for second. Then Devil at Midnight and Looks First.
Wine on Tap, victorious on debut. Filly by Tappet gets the win, running down a very stubborn Devil at Midnight.
Yeah, Devil at Midnight, good speed from the inside, was really traveling well. Wine on Tap. Listen, Todd Pletcher is just so good at getting his 2-year-olds ready first time out. She was able to show good speed, stay in calling. This is Devil at Midnight. Overtook her inside the 8th pole and ran on well to the wire. And I agree with Maggie. I think she'll do better going further. She's just talented, got it done. And I Like Fun Size, the 2 rallies to get up for second, just catching Devil at Midnight. Wine on Tap, Looks First. A little bit green, a little bit wide throughout. Probably you'll be better for the race, but no surprise here. Rat Ortiz over Jose Ortiz, the Ortiz brothers exacta box.
Rat Ortiz picks up right where he left off after the 5-win day yesterday. So great to see so many people out on the apron cheering on their runners, and we love getting to see so many families out celebrating Father's Day at the track. Your favorite Wine on Tap victorious in the Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day, 4-2-1-5 in the opener. Even money favorite Wine on Tap with the win. Bring you prices, reactions, and a lot more live racing when we come back. We're just getting started on America's Day at the Races.
Warfront, This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad. The leading turf sire of 2022 by stakes winners and stakes performers. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. I see a future young racing fan right there in the carriage, getting acclimated, learning the ins and outs. Love to see it.
Get them started young.
That's right. Spencer Farm, 2-year-old race of the day in the books. It was the #4 Wine on Tap who got the big victory for Todd Pletcher. Yesterday, Irad Ortiz and Todd Pletcher teamed up for another first-time starter. This one, a 3-year-old. Donegal Forever. What happened at the start, Richie?
Yeah, horse broke clean. Second step, he stumbled. Nearly took Irad Ortiz Jr. out of the irons. And I really want people to understand how impressive what Irad did. Keep an eye
the athleticism from
on the 6. Yeah, now breaks, now he stumbles. And now look at his left leg. It's out of the irons. And what made this, to me, even more impressive, he didn't use his reins to regain his balance or get into the horse's mouth, right? He was able to do that with just pure leg strength, put himself back in the middle of the horse, regain his stirrup. And this is a very nice prospect here, Donegal Forever. I mean, he just galloped into position then. Look at the stride on him. He covers so much ground. This was a really nice debut. And for a horse to win first time out, Acacia going 1 mile and a 16th as well as he did, I think there's stakes in this horse's future.
Overcoming that start as well, and for a 3-year-old first-time starter, and you talk about it, the fact that sometimes you kind of see if you land on a horse's neck and then pull back, they kind of lift their head up. Donegal Forever was able to keep his momentum forward because of the core strength, the leg strength, just the overall body strength and athleticism of Irad.
Yeah, it didn't inhibit his stride is all, and he didn't throw his head up because Irad didn't use the reins to regain his balance, and in essence then be on the horse's mouth. And I was really impressed with that. I mean, the fact that he stayed on, but the way he did it without getting in the horse's way.
Well, he has a promising 2-year-old filly here by Tappet, Wine on Tap, to get the win from 2 wine lovers, even though Richie does not like it on tap. He prefers the classic bottle. But from 2 wine lovers, the name is approved. 410, the even money favorite gets the win. I like Fun Sides with a big late run, and Devil at Midnight, who tried to set the pace in that Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. We'll head down to Maggie with some special guests.
Here with Pete Williams. Now, we were debating, Is wine on tap or wine from the bottle better, Pete?
My daughter named that horse, and she would definitely say wine on tap.
It's a little more accessible that way, but let's talk about buying her. $600,000 daughter of Tappet. I overheard your conversation with Rod Ortiz saying that you bought her to be a 2-term filly. Are you impressed with what you saw here going 5?
Yeah, really. Irad says that he was holding her the whole time, that he really feels like she wants to go further, and, we'll take her to where she goes.
She surprised me with how quick she was out of the gate, though. Were you expecting that?
No. She surprised me, too. I had her pegged as, a horse that would come out even and really come from off the pace. But Irad said she wanted to run, and he was holding her the whole time. Yeah.
In your perfect world, I know you enjoyed this win today, but is she one that you target the Saratoga Stakes for 2-year-olds with?
Yeah, she actually shipped down from Saratoga 2 days ago because an Into Mischief filly that we had planned on entering here came up with a little tick in the front there, and so Todd shipped Wine on Tap down to take her place. He wasn't sure which one to go with first, so hopefully the Into Mischief filly is better than her.
Well, there you go, something to really look forward to. Well, Pete, congratulations here with Wine on Tap, and happy Father's Day.
Thank you very much.
And I'm sure, as his daughter named this one, a nice Father's Day gift for Dad. Wine on Tap getting the win here today, guys.
A good Father's Day gift indeed. Congratulations to Pete and the rest of the connections, and Todd Pletcher with some bench strength there.
Really, he's got depth. One trio, okay, we've got to wait on this one. We got another one.
Another one that fits the condition as well. Well, I'm sure we'll be hearing from Wine on Tap a little bit later. But the New York Stallion Series, we have 2 races for the fillies and for the boys today as we highlight the stallions that stand here in New York and get a chance to see some of these horses run for a good purse, $150,000. This is the spectacular bid division for the boys, win 7 furlongs on the turf, which will be in race 5. And you have 26 Black, Richie, a colt by War Dancer for Horacio De Paz, who is perfect since coming back as a 3-year-old. 2 impressive wins.
Yeah, and he ran well on debut as a 2-year-old, and then came back now as a 3-year-old, and has really put it together, and it's been very impressive. I love the way he finishes, and you could see the confidence that Manny Franco rode him into the stretch. He knew he had the leaders anytime he wanted. He cruised up, set him down for the last furlong, and he just kicked away. And also, today he's going to go a little bit further, right? He's going to get another furlong, and you would think that that's just going to make it better for him.
With the pedigree, you should certainly think that he'll handle it, but it is an ask, too. I know it's only 1 furlong, 1/8 of a mile from the 6 furlongs to the 7, but for a young horse that's still kind of figuring things out, and the way the races are run, sometimes it can be a little bit more of a challenge.
Yeah, no doubt, but just looking at the way he finished here and the way he cruised into the stretch, it gives you confidence that another furlong might even be beneficial.
Sired by War Dancer, stands here in the state of New York, and the progeny of War Dancer just love these New York turf courses, don't they?
They really do, and War Dancer himself, just a really impressive individual physically. I mean, he's a beautiful horse.
Going to take a look at a son of the late sire, the Lieutenant, Vacation Dance, who was impressive as a 2-year-old. This is back in November when he was winning the Atlantic Beach against Open Company. Has yet to have a win yet as a 3-year-old, but he has run 2 good races.
Yeah, and listen, he came back in April against older horses, running with scissors. I mean, it's a tall order for a 3-year-old to take on hard-knocking, seasoned older horses that time of year. John Kimmel's horses get better with a race under their belt. And then this horse caught soft turf last time. And I think that inhibited this horse's best form.
He's a pretty big horse.
He's a big horse. I think today it's the 3rd off the bench and a firmer turf course. He's much more of a player today.
Intriguing prospects in the spectacular bid division of the New York Stallion Series a little bit later on in race number 5. Race 8 today will be for the girls in the New York Stallion Series, the Cubicoy's Joy, also 7 furlongs on the main track. And we will take a look at Stolen Future for Mark Casse, who comes off of a near miss last time out when finishing second behind Master of the Tunes. And while Master of the Tunes has been kind of a horse that had been knocking on the door for a while, it is the horse with talent. And both of those races, including the maiden win, were against Older.
Well, we talk about the 7 furlongs for the boys in the 5th race, the 7 furlongs here for the girls. And I just wonder if Stolen Future might not be stretching to her outer limits that other furlong. I mean, it looks like she had the race basically won and then gets nipped at the wire. And she doesn't impress me as the kind that makes the lead and throws her ears up and settles. She seems like one that kind of runs hard into the bridle pretty much the whole way.
We'll see if she can hold on this afternoon when going the 7 furlongs. Right here is what Richie's talking about. This is where you want to see her ears kind of prick up and go forward and see her kind of relax and dig in, and it's almost as if she's waiting on another horse to come and catch her.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the impression it gave me as well. Now, to be fair, Dylan Davis got off to a tough start this meet. Seemed like he was losing or coming up on the wrong side of these photo finishes a great deal.
Over 20 seconds.
Over
right?
20 seconds. I mean, but he's really kind of regained his form, and you see his confidence level, and now he's starting to come out on the winning end of some of those bobs.
That's what we have to look forward to with the New York Stallion Series races a little bit later on. We have a cross-country pick 5 on Sunday, too. Always a lot of fun, especially on these big day of races. If you want to put in a ticket together with your dad, it's a good opportunity to do so. The Cube Boys Joy is part of that sequence, as is the Get Serious at Monmouth. 50-cent minimum wager for the cross-country pick 5 will kick off with race 7 at Woodbine. Take a quick time out. Fans are relaxing, enjoying the beautiful weather, enjoying the great racing here at Belmont Park on Father's Day. We'll continue with our live racing action. We'll recap the stakes action yesterday as we say Goodnight Olive back to the winner's circle.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming struggling down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside. Right a hold up Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays features a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:40, kicking off the Win Early Pick 5. Home to full, competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual and usually well. Of course, we still have a lot more to enjoy at beautiful Belmont Park, but before we know it, we'll be right there, Richie, at Saratoga opening day, Thursday, July 13th.
Well, it's coming quick, isn't it? And listen, we all love Saratoga. It's just a great atmosphere. I remember when I was riding Acacia, I loved it because you were riding in front of a packed house every day. You were playing for a full audience. And you really fed on that energy, and the people up in Saratoga, are just so into it. The conversation everywhere in the evening at restaurants is about what happened that day and what everybody's looking forward to the next day.
Even when you go to restaurants, when you go down for dinner, people are asking you who you like in the big races the next day, or commenting on a tough beat, whatever it might be, which is so great. We love the atmosphere up in Saratoga. And if you can't make it with us, you can watch from home on Big Fox. And we have all of these big days where we have an opportunity to highlight the sport we love so much. 6 big days where you'll have an opportunity to watch on Fox, and we're so excited to have that chance.
Oh, absolutely. And, the more that we can draw people in to see how great this game is, how great the sport is, how it thrives in Saratoga, it's really just a privilege and an honor to get that opportunity.
Well, we have race 2 coming up here. We've learned that the number 4, By All Means, is a late scratch. Let's go to Maggie for an update.
Yeah, she flipped over very badly, Acacia. I thought we might have a delay here because we haven't been unable to move her. I will bring any updates I can get as we move further along, but she's still being attended to by our veterinarians here. So it sounds like that the rest of the field is going to go straight out to the racetrack as of now. Guys.
Okay, Maggie, thank you. We will certainly keep you all updated as we learn more. Horses in the paddock getting saddled, as Maggie mentioned, due to that situation with the number 4, By All Means, being attended by the veterinarian in the paddock. The rest of the field will kind of stay in the paddock instead of going onto the walking ring and go right out. So a little bit of a change in the normal schedule in the plan, leaving the paddock. And as the handlers, the grooms that are with these horses, you just have to do everything you can to keep them calm in that situation.
Yeah, obviously a tough situation there, and they're large animals, Acacia, as you know, and sometimes they rear up, they get excited, they can lose their balance. So hopefully we'll get a better update.
Saw one of the pony riders giving the fans in the backyard an opportunity to meet a horse, which we always love to see that too. These guys are so great in bringing those horses who are much more relaxed than some of the ones racing on the adrenaline and the excitement, and they kind of serve almost as a security blanket to some of the racers. But it's so great when they can kind of come over the ponies with the young fans, and you have an opportunity to get close to a horse there.
I think it's so critical to get young people close to horses. In a day and age where, children are more and more removed from horses as a part of their life, just to see their faces when they get to pet one or give one a peppermint or a carrot, I think it just will go a long way to, again, introducing people to how beautiful they are.
Absolutely. Terrific animals. We are saying goodbye right now for our viewers on FS2. We're a little bit all over the place this afternoon. So SNY staying with us here, going to be with us at 1:30. You can continue watching on Naira Bets on the Fox Sports app, YouTube, Naira Bets. Make sure that you continue on with us, and we hope that you will stay with us through the rest of this Father's Day. More America's Day at the races coming up. We will be back on FS2, at 3:30. Please check your local listings for all of our scheduling today.
You okay?
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places. That can't happen.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that Thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
The cost could be the entire industry. We have to take care of these horses.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country, and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. So many great fans out this afternoon to spend Father's Day with their families at the racetrack. Wonderful memories of doing just that. We love seeing the young fans. We love seeing the families out today. And a very, very happy Father's Day to all of the dads and father figures out there. Keisha Plum alongside Richard Migliore, Maggie Wolfendale with us as well as we're getting ready for race 2 here at beautiful Belmont Park, and a beautiful day for Father's Day, Richie.
It really is, and it appears that a lot of fathers were asked this morning, what would you like to do on Father's Day? And they chose coming out to Belmont Park, and I just love seeing all the little ones run around. We had a couple of little girls waving at us up here from the turf terrace, and it's just a nice atmosphere this afternoon.
And you being a father and, of course, so involved in this industry for a long time, a champion jockey, it's a sport that you get to share with your family a lot of the times.
You know, it's a constant sport, right? There's things you're going to miss as a jockey because weekends are your prime time. But you do get that opportunity to share experiences with your family. I remember taking my whole family to the Kentucky Derby with me and, you know, traveling around and then getting to see different tracks, being at Del Mar with them when I won the Pacific Classic. So there's sacrifices, but you also have an opportunity to give your family these experiences.
You saw what was still to come today. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. A reminder, you can play all of the action with Naira Bets and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus using promo code BONUS200. Get started at nairabets.com. We have race 2 coming up here, a mile on the turf for fillies and mares in an allowance race. A late scratch of the likely favorite, the number 4, By All Means, who unfortunately did flip back in the paddock. So she is a late scratch here. All the favoritism now. Richie, going to the number 3, Pleasant Passage, a filly who comes out of a graded stakes try over at Keeneland.
Yeah, she was runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf last year. Came back with that 3-year-old debut and had some trouble. You know, kind of ran out of room late in the game. But it is a 3-year-old taking on older horses, and this is still fairly early in the year. You have to be pretty exceptional 3-year-old to take on talented older horses this early.
Back as a 2-year-old, she was very exciting, winning her first race and the Grade 2 Miss Grillo. She would go on to be second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf behind Meditate.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is a really nice run from her, too. She was kind of mired in traffic, was able to angle out to get to the clear, and then she really found her best stride and finished very well. And she was beaten by a nice European here of Aidan O'Brien's, who, you know, obviously the Euros come here loaded for the Breeders' Cup, but this was a really nice run from Pleasant Passage.
Much the best over the rest of the field. And again, as you mentioned, beaten by a European filly in Meditate. She came back to finish 5th in the Appalachian last time out. For more on this field, let's check in for the first time for this network. Maggie Wolfendale getting a good look at this race 2 field. Hey, Maggie.
And Acacia, we'll start with your favorite, as you guys were just talking about, Pleasant Passage. She's done well from 2 to 3, and I agree with Meg. It is tough when you're taking on older fillies and mares for the first time, but physically, all I can say is she matches up well with them, and now she is 3rd off the layoff and does get Lasix for the first time. She looks incredibly fit. I mean, the first race back as a 3-year-old, it just appeared as though she needed it. I don't think she was going to finish any better than 5th that day. I know the comment line says pinched, but she wasn't finishing in front of the top 4. And if anything, she had a decent run that day, but just couldn't really sustain it. And she looks fit and ready to go today, so we'll see how she does here. And furthermore, with John Velasquez getting aboard, I do feel as though that she's going to be a little bit more forwardly placed, considering 2 that we scratched down now to a field of 5. As we'll move on to number 1, Veronica Green. She's kind of the consistent older 4-year-old in this group. She was beaten by Stablemate Market Segmentation, who came back and won the Grade 1 New York with a 96 buyer in her subsequent start. And last time it was a slow pace. She was out the back, and she actually got a little headstrong, like, I know this is a slow pace, let me go a little bit here, Joelle, but She gets some class relief, too. She looks great. She has done really well from that first race back in which she won. I thought she may have needed it. She's really tightened up. She kind of got a little hot that day, too. Really calm, cool, collected on this occasion. So I like what I'm seeing from Veronica Green. As we'll move on to the likely pace setter in number 6 for the flag. Jimmy Toner's done remarkable work with this daughter of Uncle Mo. A 2 for 2 since switching to his barn and coming back now as a 4-year-old. And last time, the rider was really against her early. So she's quick. I don't think I want to see her going too much farther than a mile. I think she is built like a mile. She's broad. She's stocky. There's a lot of substance to her as well. So for me, that indicates true miler. Also indicates true speed type of horse. She ships in here looking in fine fettle for a trainer in Jimmy Toner that is just remarkable for the work that he does with his grass fillies and mares. Acacia, I was it's really between the 1, 3, and 6 in here, and honestly, I'm having a lot of trouble separating the two, and maybe we just go with the speed horse on the outside in number 6 for the flag.
Maybe it's as simple as that. Maggie, thank you for the flag, who does have that early speed. Has won her last 2 races since coming back off a big layoff and going to Jimmy Toner's barn, who he doesn't have as many horses now, Richie, but he's 29% on the year, and he had a very strong winter down at Gulfstream Park, and for the flag is in terrific form for him right now, too.
And this is a horse that was off from December of 2021 to March of 2023, and he had her ready to win right off the bench, and she came back going wire to wire at Keeneland. I think she gets loose here. I think that she's going to lead them on a merry chase. She's got some good horses that will be making runs at her, but I just thought she had a tactical advantage. Jimmy Toner was stabled here in New York for so many years. He trained for Caesar Kimmel for a long time. Wrote a lot of winners for him. I miss seeing him on a daily basis, but he's at Fair Hill, and it gives him an opportunity to train horses in so many different ways, that are available to him there.
7-2 right now on his charge, number 6 for the flag to the outside. If you hit Belmont or Monmouth's late pick 5 today with Naira Bets, you can split the $5,000 pool there. Check out nairabets.com to opt in, as you have race 2 coming up here. Again, a significant late scratch of the number 4 by all means. Even money on the number 3 Pleasant Passage. Veronica Green taking attention to coming out of that 4th in the bogey.
Yeah, listen, a very capable runner as well. Got a couple of daughters of Tappet in here. Well, no, that's the only one. I'm sorry. I thought For the Flag was by Tappet, actually by Uncle Mo.
Veronica Green, a Tappet filly from the inside. There goes the 6 for the flag. Race 2 up next. John and Brielle has the call.
And they're off. That is a quick start for the flag from the outside, who has the early lead. I'm Buzzy. Runs in second. Cupid Strike, the gray, moves up on the outside. Pleasant Passage gains in between horses. And Veronica Green, the early trailer, in 5th up the backstretch. For the flag by 3 parts of a length. Cupid Strike is second, with Pleasant Passage just in behind the front runners in 3rd. Then comes I'm Buzzy in the white blinkers, and trailing the field is Veronica Green. So now they're stretched out after 1/4 and 24 seconds. For the flag by 1.25 lengths. Cupid Strike is second by 2.5 lengths now, with Pleasant Passage sitting in 3rd, and at the back, I Am Buzzy and Veronica Green. They approach the far turn. For the flag continues to lead. She's been in front right from the start. Ran the opening half mile in 47 and 3/5 seconds, with Cupid Strike just in behind in second. 2.5 lengths to Pleasant Passage, who now begins to pick it up from 3rd. Veronica Green has advanced into 4th. I'm Buzzy is at the back. Up front for the flag continues to lead, with Cupid Strike and Pleasant Passage and Veronica Green all in pursuit. 3/4 in 1:10 and 4. They're in the stretch. It is For the Flag, and Manny Franco trying to do it for another 1/8 of a mile. Here's Pleasant Passage. Here's Veronica Green on the outside. It's For the Flag trying to hold off Veronica Green, who's driving up on the outside, but For the Flag has done it in front-running fashion. For the flag, then Veronica Green and Pleasant Passage.
for the flag in those familiar silks of Allen's stable. A homebred for Joe Allen, as well as Jimmy Toner has this filly in terrific form as she makes it 3 in a row.
Yeah, really, Jimmy Toner's done an amazing job getting this filly to reel off these 3 straight victories. When they went the first quarter in 24-1, going a mile on this Belmont Park turf course, she had a huge advantage. Manny Franco then allowed her to kind of just slowly pick it up. I like when riders use horses' speed so judiciously that it kind of stretches the other horse's runs out. I mean, to me, this was a brilliant front-running ride. It's not about going as slow as you possibly can go on the lead. It's about doling out that speed in that manner, and she had more than enough left. Came home the last 1/8 of a mile in under 12 seconds. Going to be tough to get by any horse that can finish like that.
Absolutely. She had a little left. She actually even swapped back to that left lead late, too, as she was digging in. She was certainly not going to let anybody by her today.
No, and you could see the way she kind of runs with her head out and down and really reaches for the ground. And I guess that's the Uncle Mo influence from it, right?
Yeah, you see that kind of that AP Indy line, and you see a lot of Uncle Mo progeny kind of run with their head out and down as well. A gray filly out of a Warfront mare, tremendous pedigree as these Joe Allen homebreds so often are. And it's very cool to see how this filly has really turned things around since they put her on the lead and coming back, giving her some time. Now as a 4-year-old, she's won 3 in a row. She's really found her stride.
She really has. You saw that jumping back to the left lead late there. But she's a filly, too, that kind of wants to run through the bridle a little bit. Manny did a really good job of kind of bargaining with her, not getting into too big a fight with her, but not allowing her to kind of run away with him either.
Top pick for both Maggie and Richie for the flag. Wires the field in race 2, 6-1-3-5. Hoping you prices, reactions, and a lot more live racing on this Father's Day after this. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 2 in the books. It did go to the number 6 for the flag, who was able to wire the field pretty comfortably under Manny Franco, who did a great job of rationing out her speed.
He really did. And again, you know, there's an art to riding a front runner. It's not as simple as going the lead and going as slow as you can. It's about getting your horse in that efficient stride and letting them use themselves in an economic fashion, but also taking other horses out of the game a little bit for the flag at 870 wire to wire.
Generous price for a horse that was able to control the pace here, a homebred for Joe Allen, as Winning Connections are standing by with Maggie.
Yeah, so pleased to be here on Father's Day, especially with Joe and Annette Allen. And Joe, this gal, a homebred for you, campaigning the mare. Is it extra special to win with the ones that you're involved with from the beginning?
Well, especially this one because I owned her, the mother's mother, second and the third dam. So this goes way back. It's a long time, and I've been involved in this thing for a very, very long time. And this goes back to really the Howie Tesher days when I got, which was a long. People won't know that name anymore.
He still gets mentioned on the show.
But he was a great, great, great trainer that I had, and I loved Howie. He loved the game. He was a great sportsman. He died recently, unfortunately. But we had a mare called Andover Way, who was, kind of produced this whole line.
The blue hen of your stable.
Blue hen, and I mean, it were the days where things weren't as serious as they are now. I mean, Howie used to bring her. She had tremendous ability. And Howie used to bring her to the paddock, and I'll never forget this. He said, "Don't look at her ankles, Joe." I mean, we've got issues, but she's sound right now. And you just don't know. And this is a product of one that we loved. She never won a race. The mother never did, but she had a ton of ability. And she just got very sick at one point and never really made it as a racehorse. But this is the first foal out of her.
I was going to say, speak of the patience, you had to wait over a year to get For the Flag back to the races, but
she showed nothing as a 2-year-old.
She's rewarded you handsomely with 3 wins in a row.
Well, she's, we'll find out how good she is going forward.
Do you think she is like a true miler's build? Do you think, though, can she dole her speed out any further?
I don't know, but I'll tell you something. The family could run from here to Florida. It wouldn't make any difference. They were all, of course, the full sister, which was, she's a full sister of Civil Union, who won the Flower Bowl, and Civil Union won it 1.5 miles. So I don't know, but let's stick for the mile for now.
It's working. Don't change it. Well, I'm so glad you guys made it here on Father's Day from Florida.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Joe and Annette Allen, the homebreds, love to see them have success on the racetrack. And For the Flag, she's been pretty good as of late, guys.
She has indeed, Maggie. Thank you, as I love getting a chance to hear some stories and the insights of the pedigree from Joe Allen, too, as we see the field for race 3, which will be a mile on the main track. Back to Joe and Annette. Richie, I know you've had a lot of success in those silks.
Yeah, well, especially brought up Howie Tesher, and I won a lot of races for Joe Allen, and when Howie Tesher was training for him, and then later on, Kieran McLaughlin, really nice mare named Volga, won the E.P. Taylor up in Canada for him. But there was a mare that he had called Make the Magic, and she could really run. We worked her on the Oklahoma training track, the turf course, but she would try to bear out terribly. And the way she worked, you knew she had ability, but she was on the inner turf course, and everybody kept asking me, do you think she'll win? And I said, if she makes the first turn, she will win. But I had my doubts about making that first turn, and we got around the first turn, and she won. And she wound up winning 3 races in a row. Really nice mare. Somebody who's passionate about the game and has kept that passion going for so many years. And you can see how he kind of brightened up talking about the pedigrees and the family could run from here to Florida. And years ago, we would go with Howie to Wolfie's Rascal House in Florida for breakfast, and they actually named the horse Wolfie's Rascal House.
That's pretty cool. It's such a deep knowledge of the pedigrees as well, and has had tremendous amount of success with his homebreds. For the Flag could be a good one, perhaps, like her sister Civil Union in the future. We'll take a look, though, at a special performance from yesterday. It is our Coors Light highlight of the week, as we see Goodnight Olive yesterday in the Bed of Roses. And we'll see the Goodnight Olive victorious, coming back to the winner's circle after that snafu in the Derby City Distaff last time out. Coors Light Mountain Cold Refreshment made to chill. And Irad Ortiz was pretty chill on her yesterday.
Yeah, he rode her out of the gate, went forward, but you could see him looking and clocking the field and trying to test where he might go. He didn't want to run into the same problems he had in the Derby City Distaff. He was kind of guarding it. Now he sees Carmel Swirl, right, who's obviously live cover. He doesn't want to overcommit to her inside and then get bottled up like he did last time. So he waited, eased out over her heels into the stretch, and now she comes with this big kip. But how about Wicked Halo? She took Carmel Swirl's best punch, fought her up, and was trying to come back on Goodnight Olive. And I was impressed with Goodnight Olive, But you know what this race shows me, this Bed of Roses, Acacia? This division is deep. This is a strong and good division, and I hope all these fillies and mares stay healthy and we get to see them match up in Saratoga, because I think the Ballerina could be the gunfight at the OK Corral.
Last year's Ballerina winner was Goodnight Olive. She could have her work cut out for her a little bit more this summer to try and defend her title with the very deep and contentious filly and mare sprint division that we're seeing develop here. Matarea was not in that race. She's another one kind of waiting on in the wings as well, who did win that Derby City Distaff. You've got Echo Zulu, who looks like she's back for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah.
Some pretty exciting runners, but Irad Ortiz, it was really about him yesterday. A 5-win Saturday.
Yeah, and listen, he rode a lot of live horses, but he put them in all the right places, and obviously Goodnight Olive delivered her at the right moment. But I could keep going back to Donegal forever. First-time starter to win, going to mile and 16th. Incredible job by Todd Pletcher, but overcoming a stumbling beginning and a rider that just on pure leg strength and core strength put himself back in the middle of the horse. I thought that was such an impressive thing to watch.
A very impressive athlete, that's for sure. Well, on top of being Father's Day today, it's also TRF at the Track Day as we continue to highlight the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation as this wonderful organization celebrates 40 years of helping horses and saving lives.
Celebrating its 40th anniversary in 2023, the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation has long been saving former racehorses from possible neglect, abuse, or slaughter. The TRF herd of nearly 450 horses who are not able to go on to second careers as sport horses are given lifelong sanctuary at one of the many facilities sponsored by the TRF across the country. But the TRF isn't only helping equines have a second chance at life. They are helping incarcerated individuals as well. The innovative and pioneering Second Chances program allows incarcerated men and women the opportunity to build life skills while participating in a vocational program as they provide supervised care to retired racehorses.
I talk to them, I speak to them about things that I don't speak to people about in there. I can feel like they actually relate to me, and the same second chance that they're given, I feel like I'm getting.
I didn't know it was going to be such an emotional thing, and you really do bond with the animals, and they look for you to be there for them.
It's more love out here. It's more peace, tranquility, solace, anything you want to call it, the epitome of peace to me.
There are currently 8 TRF Second Chances programs at prisons in 6 different states. Graduates of the program receive certification based upon their level of expertise and have gone on to careers as farriers, vet assistants, and caretakers. The Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, helping thoroughbreds who help people.
The work that the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation does is just so wonderful. So many hardworking volunteers that make it possible. You can check out more information at trfinc.org. And if you're planning on coming out to the track, there's a booth set up here today as we'll head on over to Maggie Wolfendale to learn a little bit more.
Acacia, yes, the TRF has a booth set up here at Belmont on this wonderful Father's Day. We're right outside the paddock here, right outside the grandstand entrance, and we have some wonderful volunteers with us, Ansley, Jean, and Brian manning the booth today. And Ansley, we have some great things that people can pick out. And why don't you stand up real quick and tell me a little bit about how you're informing everyone about TRF.
So we're just handing out brochures, kind of giving them a general overview, and then handing out all these fun items to kind of spread awareness and the message to everyone.
And that message is helping horses help people and celebrating 40 years since the opening of Wallkill. And if you're out at the track, if you're not, you can always check out trfinc.org to help those horses that are helping people in the Second Chances program, Acacia. And it's just a testament to how successful the Second Chances program has been, that 40 years at Wallkill with several other facilities around the country. And I'm so glad to see the team from the TRF out here at beautiful Belmont Park today.
Absolutely, Maggie. Check out trfinc.org. Richie, an organization I know that's really close to all three of us. Maggie serves on the board with the TRF and is so involved at Wallkill. I've been really involved with the women's program at Lowell in Ocala, Florida. And I know that you've had an opportunity to work really closely with the TRF as well and tell some of the great stories that are part of it too, and the success rate that they've really had on top of that.
Yeah, it's really been a phenomenal thing for the horses and the humans involved. And, you know, in the words of the immortal Winston Churchill, there's something about the outside of a horse that's good for the inside of a man, and obviously women. So been to Wallkill. I visited there, went to the facility in South Carolina, visited there. And I'll just throw it out there. There are a couple of Thursdays still open where I give history tours in Saratoga, and you can go to the TRF website, and if you want a history tour with me at Saratoga, and I kind of know where all the great horses were and the stories behind it, I would love to meet you on a Thursday morning. We'll work it out with Kim Weir, donation-wise, what it'll take to get it done. But I think I have 2 Thursdays, or maybe 3, still open up there.
A perfect opportunity. You don't even need to stay tuned for Trackside Confessions with the MIG. You can have your history tour with the MIG, supporting the TRF. If you're coming out today, make sure you stop by the booth.
Vote for a horse with strong family values and the performance to back it up.
It's going to be early voting in the opener.
And early voting wins the Withers wire to wire.
He took his campaign to Pimlico with a classic win in the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes.
Epicenter trying to gain late. It's early voting to take it from Epicenter, a length and a half.
Early voting, Gun Runner's only classic winner. New to Coolmore America.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulfstreet, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races as we have a fun show coming up on Wednesday. 6 stakes from Canterbury Park, 6 to 7 on FS2, 7 to 10:30 on FS1 for the Northern Stars Turf Festival. And it looks like it's going to be a great day of racing. Richie, we had a chance to cover it last year too, and just a lot of fun, a lot of excitement for that big card on Wednesday.
Yeah, it was a really good racing last year. I'm looking forward to it. Actually, Lafitte, Pink Eye, and myself will be here from 8 to 10:30 on Wednesday night. Past my bedtime, though.
I know. Here's a look at the stake schedule. 6 stakes highlighted by the Canterbury Derby, which is always an interesting one, too. You have some great opportunities, some great turf stakes there, and again, just a lot of fun. Paul LaDuca will be live at Canterbury. It'll be me and Sarah El Badwi for the first couple hours of the show before you and Lafitte take over. So
Okay, so I didn't realize we were going to have the whole team
the whole
That's
team
awesome.
all together, yeah.
And I know Paul's going to be there, so that'll be a great addition. And it's like a great turf course there.
Yes, absolutely. Well, here's a horse that has never run on the turf before. Here's One in Vermilion, who's 6-5 on the morning line. A colt by Army Mule did have a quick work over the Canterbury turf course and will try the turf for the first time. A horse that has faced some very good company on the dirt out in California recently.
Yeah, and has a very, very strong work on the turf coming into this. So you like to see that. And obviously, the conditioner saw something that said, hey, you know what? I like the way this horse moved on the turf. Esteban Martinez, and let's give him a try. Ship to Canterbury. One track I've never been to.
No, me neither. Me neither. Don't they have the day where there's like ostrich racing?
Yeah, I think they did have like a bunch of different like, exotic animals, kind of. I've never been to the state either. I mean, that's one state I haven't.
I have been to the state. I have been to the state. But here is Worthington, a horse that is state-based, is a horse that broke his maiden and won this allowance on the turf at Churchill. So he has the turf form, looking for his first stakes victory.
He does have the turf form. You get Jareth Loveberry, who rode the runner-up in the Kentucky Derby, and he looks like he's loaded. He's got a lot of live mounts that evening.
Yeah, he does. Of course, the pilot of 2 Fillies. Hopefully we'll be hearing a lot of good stuff from him in the second half of the year after running such a big race in that Kentucky Derby. Disappointing we didn't get to see him in the Belmont, but of course look forward to what else is coming up. There is Worthington with that Churchill allowance victory, and a last out maiden winner is We Storm, who broke his maiden last time out when getting onto the turf for the first time. And that was a 4-length score for Jonathan Thomas, and will try to make it 2 victories in a row.
Yeah, gets Florent Giroux aboard. Actually, Jonathan Thomas got a couple of entries there that evening, and looks like he's live also. So it's always fun to see the reaction at these tracks when they have a big night like this, and you get riders and trainers, horses coming in from different jurisdictions. It just seems like a big celebration of the sport.
Yeah, it certainly is. And if you're going to play the races with us, there's some great opportunities. Post-time pick 4, all turf late pick 5, the race 5 that begins in the 5th race at regular late pick 5. Those are all 10% takeout. So great opportunities for wagering options as well at Canterbury.
Yeah, something for everybody, and it'll be fun. Whole card from Canterbury.
Make staying up past his bedtime for Canterbury. It's obviously got to be a big day.
I got to figure out how to get a nap. I'm not a person that naps normally.
I'm not a napper either, yeah.
Yeah, but I think that day I got to figure out maybe a quick power nap.
A quick power nap.
Yeah.
Quick power nap. Of course, name of the horse that we saw run yesterday. Race 3 coming up next here at beautiful Belmont Park will be a mile on the main track. It's a $14,000 claiming race, non-winners of 3 in life. We did have a little bit of a delay back in the paddock due to By All Means in the last race with that late scratch. Let's go to Maggie for an update.
And Acacia, she, upon several attempts herself, tried to get up. She actually sat up at one time, By All Means, but was not able to fully get all 4 legs underneath of her. So head veterinarian here, Dr. Sarah Henschliff, she anesthetized By All Means so she could safely be moved to the horse ambulance, and now she is being transported to the Ruffian Cornell Equine Clinic, in which they have the rubber matted stalls, and a whole team is waiting for her to diagnose and see if she can regain movement with all 4 legs. So hopefully we're going to wish for the best for By All Means. Certainly a scary situation, but she is on her way to the clinic now, and I think the horses for the next race will be entering the paddock shortly.
Okay, Maggie, thank you. Certainly we'll be thinking all the best for By All Means, and wonderful to have that Ruffian Clinic right across the street here from Belmont Park. We'll have the 3rd race coming up next. We'll talk more about it after this quick break.
Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes, won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
We are so happy to be here in Chestertown, New York, at the beautiful home of Heather and Joe Rio, their daughter Hazel, and one of the luckiest horses I've ever met, Dusk to Dawn.
Dusk to Dawn turns for home with a 5-length lead.
2018 was the first summer that we brought horses up to Saratoga. We called it our TRF Saratoga Summer Farm, and we brought 4 or 5 horses up from the Wallkill Correctional Facility. Dusky was one of them.
I asked Joe, can we please go see the horses? I'd love to go see horses for my birthday.
We had a lot of people visiting. It was all about introducing our herd ambassadors, but then this sort of magical connection established.
It was love at first sight when I saw him running through that paddock. So my husband Joe turned to me and just said, I see it in your face. You're in love with Dusky. For your birthday, I want to get you a horse. I started crying in the barn. I'm like, I'm around all these people. So I found a barn in Fort Anne about 20 minutes from us, but I had my daughter and COVID happened. And they locked down barns and you couldn't go to the barns freely to go visit. And that's when I really started thinking, I want him home. I need him home with me so I can be there.
Was this arena here? Was that barn here?
No, so we found the house and we ended up having an excavator come in and clear the land, bring in sand, and Joe built all the fencing around, found a place to build the barn.
I would call this the house that Dusky built.
Yes, definitely.
Did you have any idea that it was just down the road from where Dusky had been born?
I knew that Dusky was a Chestertown Farms racehorse. Had no idea we were moving to the same street that he was actually born on.
Oh my
just,
gosh.
You know, a couple miles down the road.
It, to me and to all of us at the TRF, is an example of a fairy tale ending.
The most fun part to me is being able to show my daughter the lifestyle of having a horse, teaching her how to clean the barn. She loves throwing the shavings down and sweeping up and giving Dusky lots of treats. You know, being able to give her back what my dad gave to me.
When a family adopts a horse from the TRF herd, they not only adopt one, they save 2 by making a space in our herd where we can take another horse into our care. You know your mommy is a hero for the horses? She is. And you're her little horsey helper. You're the hero helper. Is that right?
We love all the TRF success stories. Dusky is so lucky. His family is so lucky as well. It's TRF Day at the track. Again, you can learn more information about the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation by going to trfinc.org. And if you're out at the track, like so many wonderful fans are today, they have a booth set up close outside the paddock, and you could stop over, make a donation, learn a little bit more, chat with some of the volunteers, and learn about a great organization.
It is a great organization. One of the volunteers downstairs is actually the former exercise rider for a very popular horse in New York over the years, King Swan, Jean Lazio, who actually, when King Swan retired, she retired from the racetrack and brought him home, lived out his days with her. She subsequently became a registered nurse, and now she's getting back with horses as her children gotten older, volunteering for TRF. So it was great to see Jean downstairs and catch up. And so many great people that work tirelessly to make sure these horses have a good second life after the racing days are over.
Such an important piece of this industry too. So we see horses in the paddock for this third race coming up a mile on the main track. Non-winners of 3 in life. And if you're out at the track today, of course we had that great giveaway, but there's a lot of fun stuff to do at the track this afternoon. And Paul LaDuca, oh, we know he's up to something out back there. What do you got, Paulie?
Well, I got one of the best golf simulators you can have out here. I got Jeff Wibben and Steve Wibben here of golf. As you can see right behind me. And you guys were saying this is your second year you've been here at Belmont Park.
It is, yeah. We're glad to be here. And the whole point of this is we want everyone to have the opportunity to try golf. So we're out here, we're giving lessons and hitting shots and play course like Pebble Beach.
Well, you're big old boys over here, and I know you can hit the ball a mile here. And talk a little bit about this. How'd this start for you guys?
Yeah, well, my brother Jeff founded the company in 2016, and the whole idea was to basically bring golf to areas where there normally wouldn't be golf, just like Belmont Park. And you know, what a better way to spend the day than hit some golf shots. So
well, this is pretty cool. A lot of the food trucks, people are playing a little cornhole as well. So we have any professional golfers that have gone in there? Or been pretty good.
Well, I guess some professionals have been made today. We've seen some kids have
people
gone
say
in there.
they're pros, but I don't know if they are. But it's all right. We'll make them into pros.
I know exactly. Spend 5 minutes with us, you'll be a pro in no time.
So do you guys like the place too?
I mean, we do. I love animals. I don't bet, but
I won one time here. I bet on Gronkowski just because of the name. I didn't know what I was doing, and I won big. I'm just gonna quit while I'm ahead because I don't know what I'm doing. But I gotta ask the pros. I guess
we stick to golf.
Yeah.
Well, they want to ask the pros. Well, here's the thing, Acacia and Mig. One of these things in your house is about $40,000. So we need to hit the late pick 5 to get one of these. Yeah, and you can get some lessons, obviously, from Jeff and Steve. By the way, you guys need to go to the cigar place over there.
That's our next stop. Flop it. Actually, he just
I love
got,
cigars.
He's getting married. He just got engaged. We did a little.
Yeah, I was asking you guys if you're fathers and you guys are both engaged. Congratulations. So, Father's Day hopefully will be coming for you guys soon.
Definitely. Yeah, it's actually a special day for us. We're out here. We both lost our dad 3 years ago. So it's a cool thing we do this one together in memory of him, too. But he would have loved this. He loved Belmont. He loved UBS. So it was really, really cool. It's good to be out here. It's good to see everyone enjoying this with their dad.
What was your father's name?
Dave.
Well, prayers for Dave. He's up there with my mother, Lucy, as well.
Yeah, we know
and you know what? I'm going to take a couple swings. Last time I did this at Oaklawn, I whiffed, hurt my back a little bit. I'm a little bit more confident this time.
All right.
You ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, let's go.
Let's hit a drive.
We'll check on Paul in a little bit, see how he's doing. But the good thing is, Richie, they can help each other. Paul can give them some tips to hit the late pick 5, and they can help out Paul so he doesn't throw his back out.
I think we've got a barter system going here. Picks for golf pointers.
Well, let's see. Apparently, he's getting ready to tee up. A pretty cool thing to have up back there. There's Paul.
Looks like a golfer.
He's a professional athlete already. So, he's got the talent. He's got the ability. Look at that swing. Let's see where he got. Oh, this is cool.
Do you golf?
Thumbs up. No, I mini golf. He dropped. He dropped the club. Forget drop the mic. He dropped the club. Paul, you're the best.
That's great.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So if you're coming on out to the track today, be sure to head out to the backyard. Check out the simulator. See if you can do better than Paul LaDuca.
I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah, very good. That's really cool.
The way
cool
he was
setup.
gripping the club, though, it almost looked like he was going to hit a baseball, but then he turned on that golf ball pretty good.
Forget drop the mic. It's drop the golf club. Getting ready for the third race here, a mile on the main track, $14,000 claiming race, non-winners of 3 in life. 6-5 right now on the number 5 Ministerial for Wesley Ward, who's taking a drop in class, leading the rest of the field, though. Richie starting off with the 1, Super Quality.
Yeah, a horse that was claimed for 14 last time. His last 2 races, he showed good speed and really stopped. And it's a little bit worrisome for me.
Here's the 2 Midnight Worker, also a drop-in class.
Also a drop in class, another one that can be part of the pace. Seems like when he breaks cleanly, he can be a little bit restless in the gate. When he breaks cleanly, he's forward.
Here's the 3 Merchants of Cool. He lost a shoe in the warm-up last time, so that's why he raced for purse money only.
Yeah, and he's just a horse that would have to find a better race than we've seen recently from him.
Norgay gets a drop-in class as well.
This is who I like. I think this horse ran extremely well last time. I think the drop-in class is appropriate.
Ministerial, your favorite.
Yeah, 1 for 30, non-winners 2 life last time, in for 14. You get Johnny Velasquez for Wesley Ward. Pretty precipitous drop in class off a win.
And the number 6 Prince of Joy back down to this condition.
Yeah, another one that has races that would be good enough to be competitive on the form, but it feels like going to have to really step it up here and get back to some of that better form.
Take a look at the number 5, Ministerial, who did go through the non-winners of 2 condition last time out. That was for $30,000, and so the non-winners of 3 is the logical next step. But now he's in for $14,000.
Yeah, and listen, this was a resolute win. It was hard fought. He was digging in throughout. He just did get it done. I like that Johnny Velasquez sticks, but it feels like. Maybe I'm crazy, but winning this race and then jumping, dropping all the way to 14, it feels like they're kind of giving up a little bit, right?
Right, and it has to be frustrating. He paid a lot of money for this horse. He was a $700,000 yearling purchase out of Kauai Katie, multiple graded stakes winner, and I'm sure it's not what they had hoped for. Sometimes you have to be logical about where you place your horses. But for me, a drop off a win is always the one that's a little bit of a red flag.
Yeah, and they didn't pass go. I mean, they went right to 14, right? They dropped from 30 to 14. And listen, maybe this is just where this horse needs to be. Always interesting to me. You see a horse sell for $700,000 as a yearling. You're buying what you believe this horse will be, right? It's like buying stock, speculating on where that stock may go. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out in this particular case.
He's 3-2, 7-5 now on the board. Let's check in with Maggie trackside.
And I really don't know which side of the fence to stand on when it comes to Ministerial. I'm going to pick him here just because I don't really like anybody else. And Ministerial, he looks incredibly fit shipping in here. The one thing I can say, I wish he looked a little bit better in his coat, but it feels like Wesley Ward has shipped these horses in, a lot of them running maybe cheaper than what you would suspect them to, because he's taking advantage possibly of the purses. I don't know. That is pure speculation on why, he's coming here with an arsenal of horses, it feels like, to A, win races, B, to sell some of them, most of them. Ministerial is another one of that. It is always dicey claiming a non-3, especially when they're 7-5. So I'm sure somebody went in for him, but they didn't go in for him 2 back when he was in for the 15. But I'm going to pick him here just because his 2 races going long on the dirt are good. And the one before that, he was involved in a hot pace, and then he had subsequent layoffs. So I'm going to stick with Ministerial because your second choice in here, number 1, Super Quality, he's going to try to stretch out in distance. And while maybe that's okay as he goes first off the claim for Linda Rice here, she took him from Antonio Arriaga, who is pretty good with his horses first off the claim, and he ran deplorably. And it feels like when Rob Atras had him, he got him to win in that maiden 20 off the back of avoided claim, then he wheels him back in. So it's kind of like striking when the iron's hot. Has he turned back into a pumpkin? I don't know, and I don't love the fact that they're trying to stretch him out here. To me, I think shorter might be better. It feels like he has to be on the lead, so maybe he probably is here, but he also kind of strikes me as one that might have trouble breathing. And is that air going to last and see out the mile? One that I would give a slight upset chance to is number 2, Midnight Worker. Was restless in the gate. He's one that needs to be forwardly placed, I think, to do his best running. Not that he needs a lead, but he just needs to be involved. And he was calm in the paddock until we saw Jamie Torres get on his back. Then he just kind of started bouncing. But he's held it together nicely. He makes a good impression. I think he's run races to be competitive here, and that's a generous 8-1. So if you're looking for an alternative to Ministerial, I would take the 2, Midnight Worker, Acacia.
A nice 8-1 price. Maggie, thank you. Midnight Worker taking a significant drop in Class 2 for a horse they claim for $16,000. So this spot does make sense. 8-1 right now with your 6-5 favorite. On top of the golf simulator in the back, Paul mentioned the cigar spot here. Plenty of good opportunities to participate back in the backyard.
Yeah, I mean, a lot going on here today, and we've got a great crowd, and people are enjoying all these different booths that we have set up.
There's Paul. He's checking it out.
Well, he went from golf down to the Stogies. All right, so I asked you, you play golf. You said, no, I don't play golf either. You smoke cigars?
No, I only pose with a photo for one of my high school graduation, type of thing.
Yeah, I don't smoke cigars either.
Yeah, no,
I didn't imagine you did, but
you had to ask anyway, just in case. James & Son Cigars in the backyard. Be sure to go check it out at Belmont Park today. Loading in for race 3. Any final thoughts, Richie?
What's
Any
that?
final thoughts?
4.
For the race?
I'm going with the 4.
All right, okay,
Norgay.
I like it. You said it very with a lot of commitment. I like that. There
I
goes
was on my Naira
Norgay.
bets.
He's betting. All right, get back to it. Race 3 coming up at Belmont Park. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Ministerial away well, challenged on the inside by Super Quality. Super Quality goes on with it to take the lead. Ministerial and Midnight Worker are right together, second and third. Then it's a break of 4 lengths back to the gray, Merchants of Cool, who runs in fourth. At the back are Norgay and Prince of Joy. The field moves up the back stretch. It's Super Quality down at the rail, leading by 3 parts of a length. Midnight Worker, and on the outside, Ministerial. The quarter went in 23 seconds. It is Super Quality who leads now by almost 2 lengths. The favorite, Ministerial's on the outside, and down at the rail is Midnight Worker. Then 3.5 lengths to Merchants of Cool, followed by Norgay, and Prince of Joy is the trailer. And now there's a half mile to the finish, with Super Quality leading here by 1.5 lengths. The opening half mile in 46-1. Ministerial is second, now a half dozen lengths to Merchants of Cool in third. Midnight Worker has dropped back. Then Norgay and Prince of Joy. Super Quality by 1.5 lengths coming to the head of the stretch. Ministerial remains in second, and Merchants of Cool is third, and then Norgay off the turn and heading for home with Super Quality the one to catch, and Super Quality has now opened up a 3.5 length lead. Super Quality is in front. Ministerial in second. There's 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Here's Super Quality. Here's Ministerial on the outside. Ministerial now kicks in late to take over the lead and is drawing away. Ministerial pouring it on here at the end. Ministerial the winner at odds of 6-5. Super Quality a clear-cut second. Norgay was third.
Ministerial, the favorite, the winner, able to run down Super Quality, who tried to take them every step of the way. Now he expressed some concerns about the distance with that one.
Yeah, he did well, though. He hung on pretty well. And, your winner, Ministerial, the favorite. Johnny Velasquez was after him early to stay in contact with the one-horse Super Quality. And finally, Super Quality started to tire the last 1/8 of a mile, and Ministerial stayed on. And listen, the public had it right. I was concerned about the drop down. Maybe this was just realistic placing on the part of Wesley Ward for this horse.
As we heard Maggie say, Wesley has certainly come here to New York this season with an arsenal of horses and being aggressive with them too. I think the way that you phrase it, Richie, is a good way to say it, that not only do you have to be a good horseman, you have to be a good manager in deciding where to spot your horses so that they can be successful.
Yeah, you can have a horse doing so good if you overmatch them, they could run the race of their life and not be rewarded for it. It's not fair to the horse to make them have to run as hard as they possibly can and not have success with it. I think horses get sour that way more than if they're placed properly, where they can, basically they're set up to succeed. They're put in a place to win.
Number 5, Ministerial, 6-5 favorite, gets the job done. 5-1-4-3 in race 3 at Belmont Park. John Velasquez and Wesley Ward teaming up for another victory together. We've seen them have a few wins over the last couple of days and a nice win as well with Ministerial. Again, your 6-5 favorite there. So take a look at the New York Stallion Series coming up a little bit later on in race 5, spectacular bid division, going 7 furlongs on the turf for the 3-year-olds. Coming up in just a little bit. Here's a look at the field, and 26 Black has been 2 for 2 since coming back as a 3-year-old for Horacio Paz.
Yeah, he's just been very good, and keep an eye on the way Manny Franco, who's aboard this day, aboard again today. Look how confidently he's riding into the stretch. He's just cruising up in hand. We're just going to get over his right lead right there, and he doesn't fully set him down until we're getting to the 8th pole. And then he puts separation on a field on the turf. You know, he wins by nearly 5 lengths. Kind of makes you feel good about him stretching out another 1/8 of a mile. This being 6 furlongs, getting to run 7 furlongs today.
Perhaps one of his main foes in here could be Vacation Dance, who's back in against New York Stallion Series types after facing Open Company last out in the Paradise Creek. He's an Open Stakes winner back as a 2-year-old, which we're taking a look at here in the Atlantic Beach.
Yeah, and I just think he's had some excuses in his first 2 starts back. He faced seasoned, tough, older horses in his debut, 3-year-old debut at Aqueduct in April, running with scissors. You know, just a very accomplished older horse. And he probably needed a race, right? You know, John Kimmel's a trainer that usually his horses are better with a start. Then he comes back into Paradise Creek, but he caught soft ground. And I just don't think he liked the ground. I think everything's set up well for him today. He gets the right ground. He gets in against 3-year-olds, New York breds. I think there's a lot to like about Vacation Dance today.
As far as the girls, they'll be in the spotlight in race 8 today in the Cupicoy Joy division of the New York Stallion Series, going 7 furlongs on the turf. 3-year-old fillies here. You have quite a few fillies who are trying the turf for the first time or going back to the turf for the first time in a while. A horse that's been on it recently is the number 9 Stolen Future for Mark Casse. She broke her main going 6 furlongs and then just caught last time, also going to 6. She'll have to get another 1/8 of a mile today.
Yeah, and that's my questions about Stolen Future. I have no questions about her ability. I think she's a really nice filly. But she's also a filly that appears to me, Acacia, to kind of run into the bridle. Like, she doesn't kind of let off the gas, if you will, when she's clear. And I think for her to be able to be more effective going further than the 6 furlongs we're seeing her get caught at here, she's going to have to give it back to the rider a little bit. Throw her ears up, settle a little bit more, not use herself up as much. So I do have questions about her staying an extra furlong. I mean, she basically snatched defeat out of the jaws of victory here.
Yeah, she looked like she was home, was not able to sustain it with Master of the Tunes coming to get her, a horse that certainly had much more seasoning. She was facing older in those last few races, but we'll see if she can navigate the 7 furlongs in the Cupicoy Joy division, and maybe there's some other speed to keep her company in this race today as well. This race, the Cupicoy Joy division of the New York Stallion Series, is part of today's cross-country Pick 5. It kicks off with the 7th at Woodbine. 2 races from Woodbine, 2 races from Monmouth, and that Cupicoy Joy at Belmont Park, a 50-cent based wager. So I hope that you take part in that. Maybe put a ticket together with your dad on Father's Day. Back for race 3. We nearly saw a wire-to-wire winner, but once again, it was John Velasquez and Wesley Ward teaming up for the win. Ministerial able to run down the pace setter.
Yeah, your favorite, just stalking throughout. I thought a pretty solid pace, too, for the mile distance, super quality. Ran well, tried hard, just was no match for Ministerial. Norgay was far back, rallied to be 3rd, never changed leads. Didn't look the most comfortable through the stretch.
$4.40 winner in the 3rd race as we are back on the turf for race 4. 6 furlongs on the inner turf for New York bred maiden claiming 3-year-olds and upward. New York breds in the spotlight here. Currently the 2-to-1 favorite is the number 5 Brennan's War, who's had a lot of chances, Richie. He's 0 for 14. But that last turf race, first off the layoff, was a strong effort.
A really good effort. Keep Javier Castellano, who's been riding so well. Saw Leah Gyarmati get a win yesterday with Ocean's Reserve?
Ocean's Reserve, yes.
Yeah. Horse that's difficult to ride, has a little bit of hang in him, but Javier produced him at just the right moment. So connection's going well, and a horse that makes a lot of sense. In a big field, though, it's all about trips, particularly on the turf.
Yeah, who can get the clear sailing to get towards the winner's circle? Well, Father's Day, there's golf simulators, there's cigars, there's so many good things going on the track today, but it's also a day that we highlight Thoroughbred Aftercare and the work that the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation does. We've heard some success stories already. Let's learn a little bit about Ashley and Milo.
Blown Save is coming, and here comes Blown Save in the nick of time.
This big, beautiful boy finished his racing career in 2014. He then was taken into the TRF herd in 2015, probably having recovered from his injuries. And he taught the men at Wallkill for 3 years, where he made a huge difference, more than we can say, until that one day that somebody said, Milo, you're going to Saratoga for the summer. And he was in our very first Saratoga summer farm, where he met this super awesome farrier named Ashley Gasky.
So I saw him every 6 weeks all summer, and this horse never got adopted. And I kept seeing him, and he just obviously has such a presence because he has this size, but he was also just so happy to be near people. There's just something about the thought of him having to go back and be one horse among many versus one horse, kind of one person.
You are an inspiration for us because you show the story in living color of someone who opened up their heart and brought a great big horse home to be a pet in your backyard. And it is not an easy thing to do.
No, but you know, it's not every day you can bring home your best friend either. So Milo's special feature is his little smooching spot right here. It's perfectly placed for the smooching. There is no way to make this make sense. Like, I'm a very realistic person, and I work very hard for my money. I don't necessarily have expendable income like that, so you just kind of have to do what feels right for your soul, and this horse makes me happy every single day. This is the horse I like to look at. This is my jam.
Love the relationship between Ashley and Milo. Just so sweet, so special. And if you've had the opportunity to be around a horse that just makes you happy, that's what it's all about, Richie.
It really is. I love grazing horses. I love taking them out and holding them on the shank. When I was a kid, I didn't like it so much because I was really small and some of them would jump around and rear up, and I was afraid I would turn them loose. But now I get such pleasure out of just that time spent and listening to them, the way they pull the grass and the way they move around, and it makes them happy. So in return, it makes me happy. You
just don't get caught looking at your phone while you're grazing a horse. I got in trouble last year. I was grazing Pizza Bianca, actually, who's the sweetest filly. And I wasn't paying attention, and she ripped a giant hole in the grass in between the barns. And if anybody knows my father-in-law, Christoph Plunk, he feels very strongly about his grass and his gardening there. It's always, everything's pristine. So you got to pay attention when you're grazing.
You absolutely do. Listen, I took a filly for Steve Bick to my farm several years ago for a layoff, Ausable Chasm. And I didn't turn her out right away. I wanted to graze her, kind of introduce her to being turned out slowly. And I wasn't paying attention, and I hadn't been kicked by a horse since I was a kid, and she ran me to the end of the shank and double-barreled, and thankfully I saw it coming, and I was able to kind of roll with it. It still bruised me up pretty good.
Oh, I'm sure. You hadn't been kicked in a while. I guess you were due.
Yeah, I don't want to do it again, though.
I don't blame you. Me neither. Horses getting ready for this fourth race coming up. It helps that it's an absolutely gorgeous day in New York, Richie, but so great to see so many families and such a wonderful crowd. We have the best fans here. Is that a fan with our giveaway, the duffel bag there?
This was a really great giveaway, by the way. The duffel bag seemed like a lot of quality. Now, I know many of us that work here probably won't get one, but it's nice that the fans are getting them.
We've gotten all a chance to model it, too.
Well, yeah, we can touch it. We can show it.
Touch it.
Then we got to give it back.
Give it back. Coming up. But, yes, I do have one up here, actually. Here's a look at the duffel bag. I don't know if they still have any left, to be honest, but this was the giveaway today, which is really cool. Really nice duffel bag giveaway.
You know what the best thing about this is? Have a good day at the races, all the cash in here in your duffel bag, and walk right out.
That's it. Put it over your shoulder, and you call it a day. All right, touch it. Now that's it. Now we're going to give it back.
We got to give it back.
That's it. There it is. That gentleman got his duffel bag.
I think it is full of money there.
Yeah, hopefully he's having a good day at the track. We love to see it. But stay tuned. I heard there's going to be some really good giveaways at Saratoga this summer, too.
Well, maybe we ought to like kind of lay the groundwork now that at least we get to keep one after we model it.
That's in the new contract. Horses in the paddock for this New York bred mating claiming coming up. There's your favorite, Brennan's Wars. You mentioned Richie, Leah Gyarmati, and Javier Castellano teamed up for a win yesterday. And that horse, Ocean's Reserve, was a similar kind of look, a horse that had had quite a few in-the-money finishes. And Javier kind of came up the inside. And it's all about timing the ride right with horses like that.
Absolutely. And the fact that Javier stays put, and you could see Javier's a very thoughtful rider, and I think he learns with his experience with horses. Leah Gyarmati talked about training for Bonaventure Stables, who owns Brennan's War, and just what great owners they are to train for, how patient they are, how happy they are that, you know, it's not all about winning, it's about their horses, you know, trying and performing well and coming back healthy and happy.
There is 41 Tails, drop in class, and first time on the turf, a lot of changes for that 3-year-old for Phil Serpy.
Yeah, a lot of changes in making a meaningful drop in class. Horse actually showed some ability, had some trouble early on in the race on debut.
2-1 favorite still on Brennan's War, though. For more in this field, let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
And we'll check in with some of the lighter experienced horses versus Brennan's War here today, beginning with one turning back in distance for his second try on the turf, and that is Academy Choice. And you watch Academy's Choice in that race, and that was a really strung out field early, going the mile and a 16th, in which Mama Bandmeat completely capitalized on that rallying from well off the pace. And Academy Choice was right off that early leader, hard on the bridle, so trying to go even faster than the fractions that they were setting, which were fairly quick, going the mile and a 16th. So right then and there, that says, turn back, please. He gets it here, and he's built that way as well. He makes a great impression as well for Jamie Begg. I don't know how good he is, but I do think this turn back in distance does give him a better chance here in his third start. Making his second start is number 6, Vaunted. I do want to give him another chance. He was on top of the pace last time. He showed good gate speed from that debut and from the far outside as well. And I like that he comes back in here. He's really relaxed. Like, yeah, I got this racing thing. I think he probably just needed a tightener. Jimmy Ryerson can win with a firster, but he doesn't usually have them that cranked up to win. At first asking, he had some good works coming in to that debut race. I just want to give him another shot. He makes a great impression here in the paddock. Now, the wild card. That is number 7, 41 Tails. Where physically, there was several first-time starters in that race in which that was won by a firster in Signal Corps for Todd Pletcher. But 41 Tails physically was the most impressive, but he was a handful. He was incredibly green in the paddock, out on the track that day at Aqueduct. Now, he does come in here switching to the turf. And while there isn't an abundance of turf pedigree, there's some. 40 Tails, who is by Tail of the Cat, that's a good influence, though 40 Tails hasn't been that productive. On the bottom side, there was one sibling, half-sibling, who was 1 for 17 on the turf. Now, looking at him, he does have that slacker pastern, flatter foot to him, where I feel as though he could handle it. Again, physically, it looks great. Is getting a little more nervous, though, as time progresses here in the paddock. I just don't know if this guy mentally has the constitution to put forth a good effort on the racetrack, though, Acacia, I will continue to observe him on how he behaves out on the track, too.
All right, we'll see how he does. Maggie, thank you. 6-1 on 41 Tails. And I thought the word Maggie used was absolutely correct, Richie. He is the wild card in here because we don't really know what to expect from him getting onto the turf for the first time. Boy, he's a good-looking horse, though, isn't he?
No, he really is. And listen, Phil Serpy does tremendous work. You know, trainers are only as good as the stock they have to train, and sometimes percentages or amount of wins don't tell the whole story. There are a lot of capable horsemen and horsewomen that, given the right horses, are going to produce, are going to get it done. I mean, I witnessed by just recently our Belmont Stakes winner, Jenna Antonucci, right? You know, everybody within the game knew what kind of horsewoman Jenna is. But she needed the horse to be able to showcase that to the rest of the world.
And it was so wonderful to see her have the opportunity to do just that, and hoping we hear a lot more from Arcangelo in the second half of the year. Back to this race, Brennan's War, still the favorite. Here's his race in May 19th. This was off of a little over a 4-month layoff, first time back on the grass in quite a while, and was beaten just a neck this day.
Yeah, you see Javier sit in that pocket trip that you covet on the turf. This is the trip you want. Horses could quicken. It opened up just when he needed it to, slid out. You can see how confidently he's riding. He doesn't want to get there too soon and maybe have the horse hang. This is a horse that's had a lot of opportunities. He's got his chance here, but this is also off a layoff. You got to think he's going to take a step forward from a fitness standpoint. And the horse that held him off was the son of War Dancer Buckertoo, who came back very good from Michelle Nevin.
The number 6, Vaunted, was also in that race. He was a first-time starter there. Maggie touched on him about how he could potentially take a step forward in his second start. He had the opportunity to kind of get that race under his belt. Mentally and physically, you'd expect him to take a step forward, and he's a very generous price at 10-1.
I think he's way too big a price, 10-1. And Maggie made the point that Jimmy Ryerson's a trainer that horses tend to get better with racing. He doesn't have them cranked up to win first time. This horse could take a step forward. You get Jamie Torres, so you're getting a 5-pound break in the weights. Other horses in this race are carrying from 124 to 118, 119. He gets in with 113. I think that's a benefit for a second-time starter.
Take a quick time out. We'll have the post parade and race 4 from Belmont Park when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Quality Road. Proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making tradition, a tradition that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, and multiple Grade 1 winner City of Light. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York Breds start with an advantage. Our New York Breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York Bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York Bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York Bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we're getting ready for the 4th race of the day at Belmont Park on this glorious Father's Day. New York Bred maiden claiming field coming up next to go 6 furlongs. Horses starting to make their way out of the paddock. And Richie, we're up here on the set on the 3rd floor, but we've obviously gotten a lot of shots of the backyard, and we can turn around and see the apron. And when they load into the gate, it is packed with people coming up to the rail to watch. It's so great to see everybody out this afternoon.
It really is fun to watch everybody, how into it they are. Feels almost like a Belmont Stakes Day.
It does. As you see, there was a little bit of a delay. They're putting the house blinkers on the number 5, Brennan's War. Now, the paddock judge, you see Pete Fitzgerald, former full-time paddock judge here at NYRA and comes back to help out on big days too, overseeing things. Paddock judge will always have a list of all the equipment that a horse is supposed to be wearing to make sure that it's a consistent. If you want to ever change equipment, you have to report that when you enter the horse. And if something goes wrong with the equipment in the paddock, they have backup to help you out.
Yeah, they have equipment in the paddock, and as well as the starting gate. You know, a horse could break a blinker cup by just, you know, rubbing it against the pony, or, you know, maybe a rein, you know, has a little fray. Riders doesn't feel comfortable. They have reins, bridles, all the equipment that you would need. And also, equipment changes have to be okayed by the stewards. So if a horse has been running well with certain equipment, sometimes the stewards will be reluctant to allow Connections to make a change.
You can't do, for instance, you can't take blinkers off if that horse won last time out with blinkers on.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes if the trainer has good enough reasoning,
yes,
they
exactly.
can make exceptions, but they tend not to want to do that. And then, again, when a horse is entered, the wagering public is looking at that equipment, so you're going off the information provided.
Blinkers off, a good segue here for the number 1, Rent Control.
Eric Cancel off of his mounts from that spill yesterday. Joey Martinez picks up the mount here. Joey Martinez, good boxer on the 2012 Olympic team for boxing. His dad, Jose Ortiz, Martinez, very good rider as well.
Here's the number 2, Waffler.
Yeah, it would have to really improve off of what we saw first time when the horse debuted going longer.
Number 3, Academy Choice, cutting back in distance.
I like what Maggie had to say about this horse turning back in distance. She had Katie Davis, who does so good. She's got nice hands with horses that can be tough.
Number 4, Tiebreaker up next.
Ran well in the same race against Brennan's War. Didn't seem to have much of a visible excuse that day.
Next will be the number 6, Vaunted.
I think this horse is very interesting. I think he can take a big step forward. At 11-1, he'll be my top choice.
A big price right now for that second-time starter. There's the number 7, 41 Tails, first time on the turf.
Yeah, from a good barn, Phil Serpy, good horseman, Jose Lascano aboard, first time on the turf.
Saw Tim Hills with a winner yesterday. Here's his charge, Subversive.
Goes from Katie Davis to Dylan Davis, a horse that kind of got roughed up at the break. I'll have to show a bit more.
Number 9, That's My Boxer, first-time starter.
Yeah, first-time starter by Big Brown. We've seen turf influence there. Dave Donka, trainer, whose horses usually get better with racing.
The 10, Impulsive Spending. This one might be named for me.
Yeah, it comes out of I just caught that. You get actually Jackie Davis on board here, horse coming out of the same race with Brennan's War.
There's the 5, your favorite, Brennan's War.
Yeah, big run last time. Nice ride from Javier. See if he can get it done today.
And the number 11, 2 more to go in the post parade, A-Lister cutting back.
Yeah, A-Lister would just have to really improve from what we've seen on form so far.
Big price on this one too, Milagroso.
This horse broke from towards the outside last time and really ducked out, and now gets the far outside post again. Got to keep an eye on the 12 horse leaving the starting gate.
Quickly, the number 1, Rent Control. You mentioned the jockey change to Joey Martinez. There was an incident in the last race yesterday where Eric Cancel was unseated. I know you spoke to his agent.
Yeah, PJ Campo reported that he X-rays came back negative on his ankle. He was limping. He seems fine. He should be riding Thursday. He's going to see an orthopedic on Monday just to make sure everything's okay, but it looks like he'll be fine, and we'll see Eric back probably later this week.
We look forward to that, and his mount Fast Corey was fine after that race as well, so thinking good thoughts for Eric. Quick time out, race 4 from Belmont coming up after this.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer!
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. At the sales, his first crop yearling sold up to $300,000. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Hi, Keisha. Oh, shit.
So Jonathan.
Shoot, I meant shoot.
I hear him in the background.
Hi, Acacia. I dropped my earpiece. Sorry.
Hey, JK. Starting gate is ready. Race 4 coming up. You're watching America's Day at the races. We're at beautiful Belmont Park. The favorite continues to be Brennan's War, who's now 3-2. Let's check in trackside with Maggie Wolfendale.
And we'll talk about another horse that's coming out of the same race as Academy Choice, who I do like in here. But Waffler, he debuted in that affair. He really didn't do much running. He kind of was mid-pack, saving ground, but also wasn't really persevered with late by Joel Rosario. Trevor McCarthy will climb aboard today for this son of Temple City out of a Sadler's Wells mares. That's enough. That's a whole heck of a ton of turf pedigree. So right spot. He's also a horse I didn't see in the paddock for that debut, but today you can see he's actually pretty heavy body type. So he may be one that needs to race into fitness. I don't know if he's quite ready second asking, but I do think he'll run better, and at 14-1, he's worth throwing in underneath. Do want to mention number 7, 41 Tails. Again, he started to act up after I got off Eric Aisha talking about him. He's one that would benefit in so many ways. He's like a poster child for geld me, please. Just doesn't look comfortable behind. Doesn't have his mind on business. We'll see how he does here. He's taking an awful lot of money. And I think he might like the turf because it'll be easier for him to push off from behind, but he'll beat me.
All right, Maggie, thanks. We'll see how he handles it. Quickly, Richie was just talking about horses push from their hind end. It's not like they pull themselves from the front, but the power comes from the hindquarters, which is why it's so important.
Yeah, they propel themselves forward, and sometimes gelding a horse just makes them more comfortable, freer behind, and also from a behavioral standpoint, they just get more focus.
Race 4 on the turf coming up. We'll see who graduates today. Fist bump for Javier Castellano, who was aboard your favorite, Brennan's War. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Waiting for Vaunted, A-Lister, and Milagroso. They are in the gate. And they're off. Impulsive Spending, along with a 41 Tails. Vaunted is right there. Academy Choice down at the rail. So it is Vaunted and 41 Tails heads apart. Academy Choice at the rail runs in third. Tiebreaker is in between horses and in fourth. And then on the outside is a Brennan's War. It's 2.5 lengths back to Rent Control, who runs in sixth. Subversive is in seventh. That's My Boxer next in eighth, followed by A-Lister in ninth. Impulsive Spending back in 10th. At the back of the pack are Waffler and Milagroso. The quarter win in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Vaunted is the leader here by a length. 41 Tails racing in second, and on the outside is Brennan's War in third. Down towards the rail is Academy Choice in fourth, followed by Tiebreaker in fifth, and then That's My Boxer and Subversive. The field comes into the stretch, the half in 45 and 4/5 seconds. So it is Vaunted, challenged here by Brennan's War on the outside. Here comes Brennan's War now up to take the lead, then Vaunted, Tiebreaker, and Academy Choice. It's Brennan's War with the lead as they come on for the finish, and Brennan's War has broken his maiden. Tiebreaker was second, close for third between Academy Choice and Vaunted.
He got the right blinkers on, he found the right field, and Leah Gyarmati and Javier Castellano team up again to get a victory, this time Brennan's War.
You know, and I just see it consistently with Javier Castellano. The second and third time he rides a horse seems like it's even better than the first time because he learned something about that particular individual and how to produce them, their little idiosyncrasies. Brennan's War was always in perfect position, kicks clear, gets it done. 2 wins in the last few days for Leah Gyarmati and Bonaventure Stables with Javier aboard. Nice run from the 4 Tiebreaker. Change in tactics here, Dave Duggan. They took this horse back a bit more off the pace under Jose Ortiz, finished well. Vaunted ran well, just came up third best today.
Yeah, these horses were 2-3 in that May 19th race, and they run 1-2 in here in Brennan's War and Tiebreaker, who faced each other last time, and they come right back, and that race seems to be pretty formful, holding up as they are victorious. Brennan's War getting the victory, holding up Tiebreaker for second.
Yeah, and I really enjoy the way Javier builds a horse into a finish. He doesn't go all in all at once. It's a gradual progression. He builds into a crescendo and has the horse running through the line. Nice effort. And actually, Vaunted got nipped for third, Academy Choice under Katie Davis really improved in her third start. Maggie talked about that horse at a big price, appreciating the turnback, certainly did.
5, 4, 3, 6 in race 4 at Belmont Park. There's Leah Gyarmati. I know you got a chance to interview her yesterday. You were toughing it out in a little bit of rain coming down at that point.
It was like a cloud just parked just over us.
I don't think it was raining outside the winner's circle, just there. But like we said, no matter what the weather is, it's always warm and dry in the winner's circle.
You know, it doesn't matter. You could be 20 degrees at Aqueduct. When you're in the winner's circle, you're warm. And for people that don't know, Leah Gyarmati actually rode races. She worked for Alan Jerkins for a number of years and really learned that old school horsemanship from some of the best.
Very talented horsewoman too. I love seeing all the girl power recently in racing as well. Leah, a couple wins back-to-back days here. Of course, Jenna Antonucci in the Belmont Stakes. And for those that maybe don't follow racing consistently, there are so many women, not just training horses, but are such big pieces of large outfits and operations and exercise riders, assistant trainers, grooms, hot walkers, just everything on the backside.
Well, they've been such a huge part of the equation for so many years, but usually more behind the scenes. I know my wife Carmela was one of the first female assistant trainers on the backstretch. I rode for Sally Bailey, a Grade 1 winner, and richest New York bred up to that point, a horse named Win. And there's just so many capable, women that can get the job done with opportunities. And we saw a spike in women riders, jockeys, when Julie Crone won the Belmont. So I think you might see that more with Jenna Antonucci. There's the roadmap. Work hard, you can get it done.
The winningest female trainer in North America, Kathleen O'Connell, she said her first license said Pony Boy at the start. That means it's time for me to say goodbye. Greg Wolf coming up on America's Day at the Races.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 wheels on the inside. Right a hold of Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays features a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:40, kicking off the win early pick 5. Home to full, competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, you know, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that Thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Good to be with you, continuing live coverage on Father's Day here in Elmont, New York. Gorgeous Sunday afternoon for the festivities. Welcome to America's Day at the Races. Thanks for staying with us. If you've already been tuned in, Pick 5, late Pick 5 on this Father's Day coming up. Tremendous crowd, families out. Always a wonderful day here at Belmont Park, and today no different. Greg Wolf alongside champion jockey Richard Migliore, 4-time Major League All-Star, and all 3 dads on set as well. Paula Duca, good to see you guys.
Happy Father's Day to both of you, to all of our Bellas.
Great. It looks like a lot of fun. I wasn't out in the backyard. It looks like a good time going on.
No, it's a great time. I mean, what they've done in the backyard is amazing. They have the cigars. Now, they tempted me to tequila tasting, but that's a little bit later, maybe after the races.
This guy, too, Paulie, man, just ripped a drive, what, 280 right down the center earlier in the golf simulator?
I had my golf shirt on, but then I thought, you know what, let's have a built-in excuse in case I hit a bad shot, and it's probably the best drive I've hit in about 3 years.
And I don't know if you caught that shot right there. That's how you handicap. Sun on your shoulders,
Right.
form in your hand. There we go, creating some new racing fans. Great racing still ahead. We have that New York Stallion Stakes Cupicoy's Joy Division. That was one of the very early on New York bred Grade 1 winners. In fact, it came the year after the first ever Fiorito.
Yeah, Fiorito won the Whitney after breaking through the starting gate at Saratoga. Cupicoy's Joy actually ran in the Kentucky Derby, set the pace, but she won the Acorn, I believe the Mother Goose. She was a very, very good New York bred. Alfredo Calles trained her, and really good filly.
Yeah, stakes record in that Acorn. So we have that still to come. Very competitive series of that race ahead. We'll get into the late Pick 5 in just a moment. Back in race 4. Javier Castellano, his incredible run continues. 2/3 of this year's Triple Crown, and continuing to win here on Brennan's War of the Favorite.
Yeah, 0 for 14 lifetime, but got the job done in his 15th career start. A war dancer at any given Saturday. New York bred, and Leah Gyarmati with back-to-back wins. Had a win yesterday, too, with the horse up the rail.
Perfect ride. Javier rides horses to me better the second and third time he learns something about him. And we've been saying this a lot lately, huh? War dancer, finding the winner's circle again.
5-4-3 finish. Let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Here with winning trainer Leah Gyarmati, and 2 for your last 2, Leah. I love the happy dance from Leah. As Brennan's War, we were just talking about how Javier Castellano, once he kind of gets to know a horse, the next time you can expect an even better ride.
I think Javier Castellano is riding lights off, just in general. He's giving every horse a shot. He doesn't look at the tote board, and he just rides it. And it helps when you have a relationship with a jockey where they then have faith in you. So they, even if they've never been on the horse, they trust you. And that's, to me, one of the most important things.
And I can say that about him. He does. He really does. And he believes in everyone. And he, like you said, he gives everyone a shot. Look, he won the Kentucky Derby, but also the Belmont Stakes this year with Jenna Antonucci.
Yeah, isn't that great? It's like fantastic. Like these, it's like a fairy tale thing, like that's who you want. You want guys like that on your horse, or women like that on your horse, which, I mean, he's not the only one that would do that. I've had plenty of riders that also give you that shot, but that's what you want. You want somebody getting on your horse and saying, I trust this trainer, and I'm going to give you 100%.
Well, that's the thing. We see you, Jenna, just smaller outfits, not even just women, but smaller outfits, having so much success. And how important is that?
It's huge. It's huge because obviously we're getting buried. Us smaller outfits, right? And I don't know how long we're going to last, but hopefully, this is the kind of thing that helps you get good again.
Long may it continue. I love watching you win. Congratulations, LG.
I love you. Can I have a hug?
Back to you guys.
Great to see Leah Gyarmati, that barn win, and she says what all of us have been saying since the beginning of last summer, Saratoga, how great Javier Castellano has and resurgent he has been. He's been a tremendous story in this game.
Really has. I think he's just physically healthy, Paul.
Yeah,
so mentally, I think it kind of frees you up. You see things better. There's a window for every rider where they're at their best physically and they're at their best mentally. And I think right now Javier's gotten back to that place where he's good physically, and obviously he sees a race so well.
Well, you got to understand, he won 4 straight Eclipse Awards, so obviously the talent's there. What ends up happening is when you give injuries in any sport, you tend to mask those injuries and put yourself in bad habits. But when you're back healthy and you get back into your good habits, now you're seeing the Javier Castellano that won 4 straight champion titles. He's healthy. That's just the bottom line. And the talent never left.
Putting himself, he's going to have work to do with putting himself in at least that conversation for the Eclipse Award at the end of the year. We got a cross-country Pick 5 coming up. We're going to check in with Jonathan Kinchin on how to play this. JK, what do you think?
Well, happy Father's Day, Wolfie, Paulie, Mig. You guys were talking about Javier. I guess happy Father's Day to him as well. Yeah, cross country pick 5. I love these wagers. I like the kind of change of scenery. It's always a lot of fun. You can find one opinion in these cross countries. You can usually make a little bit of money. At Woodbine, we'll get started. I thought the 11 Stanley House was a very interesting horse in here. Then we'll go to Monmouth for Monmouth's 9th race. You'll have to do a little bit of digging here. I thought this was more of a spread race. Wanted to make sure that I had the 2 practicality and the 5 Your Inheritance on my tickets. Race 3, we're back to New York. All I need in this race is the 3 and the 9, the 3, the 9 Stolen Future, and then we're back to Woodbine again for a mile and a 16th on the turf. Another spread race, that's Woodbine race 8 is the 4th leg, and then the leg that makes me very excited about this entire sequence is the 5th leg, the Get Serious Monmouth race 10, a horse that you should be familiar with from the connections, but Our Shot. This horse has turf sprinted 3 times. 2 wins in a race that they probably should have won anyways In my brain, this horse is undefeated turf sprinting, and I think that will happen again today. I think this horse will win ice cold single in that last leg of that cross country. Happy Father's Day to all of you guys out there. Like many of you, I know that your fathers or grandfathers brought you to the racetrack. My father brought me to the racetrack for the first time.
Yeah, happy Father's Day to you, JK. Say hi to Austin Forrest as well. Yeah. Great day for racing. Great day to bring out the family, and just a fun time to be at the racetrack.
Yeah,
every
and
year.
I'm also glad that they named a race after Get Serious at Monmouth, because a lot of people forget at one time John Forbes had that horse, and that horse for about a split second for when I was there at Monmouth for about a year and a half was the top miler and was a fast horse. So I'm glad he's got a race named after him. He was a good horse.
Cool. Meanwhile, we got a pick 5 here at Belmont starting in this next race coming up. Late pick 5 sequence beginning, 7 furlongs on the turf. And 26 Black, drawing a lot of attention, as he should be, off back-to-back wins for Horatio De Paz. Manny Franco will be aboard. Let's go down to Maggie.
We'll take a look at 26 Black, and I guess the big question mark is the 7 with this horse, especially as a short price favorite. But the first time I saw him, I wrote, does he need longer? So I actually like him getting the 7 furlongs, and he's won so comfortably in his 2 starts so far here this year that I really don't think it's going to be a problem. He looks great. 3rd off of a layoff, and he's already riding a 2-race win streak into this. And, you know, like I alluded to, it's often when you see horses put forth their best effort. So really, from my perspective, no problems at all with your current favorite. But he is going to have to deal with a horse who showed a lot of promise as a 2-year-old, as number 6, Ramblin' Wreck, will make his 3-year-old bow here, coming back as a first-time gelding. Now, he is one that in his debut was a hot mess up at Saratoga. He was really poorly behaved, and it was on the dirt, and it led to a bad performance. But he matured from that point on, very much so mentally, though they still bring him back as a gelding this time around. He's really calm here in the paddock. He's also lightened up a bit. Now, that's okay, but when you're coming back off of a layoff, you often want them to be just a bit stronger than what I'm seeing from Ramblin' Wreck. On the flip side, Danny Gargan's very good with bringing back his turf horses. He hits at about 30% with them off of 6-month-plus layoffs. And I think Ramblin' Wreck has the credentials as a 2-year-old to say that he could step forward. I think his Central Park was a sneaky good performance against tougher company, and having a bit of a trip that day too. So, hey, look, I'm not unearthing any unfound gems at 3-1, but I do respect Ramblin' Wreck coming back. Greg?
Maggie, thanks. Yeah, Ramblin' Wreck. Been in against Open Company, Graded Stakes Company as well. So certainly a danger, and Arad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard, but that's the one to beat. 26 Black, the 3-2 favorite, trying to make it 3 in a row. We'll be back right after this.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, new to Coolmore, America, home of champions.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Happy Father's Day to everyone out there watching. Program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Stakes race coming up next on this Sunday card. 7 furlongs on the grass. And there's one of several contenders in the race. It's Vacation Dance. Kendra Carmouche, who was in open company, the Paradise Creek Stakes race last start.
I think he's interesting, Paul. He came back off the bench. He faced older horses in April, running with Scissors, who's a hard-knocking, seasoned veteran. And John Kimmel's horses get better with a race under their belt. Then he comes back in the Paradise Creek, an open stake, and catches soft ground. I think today he gets the ground he prefers, and he lands in the right spot with New York Breds.
Yeah, you make a good point because his 2-year-old numbers are just dynamic. You wonder if he's going backwards or not, where you have the 5, Gem Mint 10, a horse that the numbers are moving upward a little bit. Now we'll go from a mile to 7 furlongs. This is a very interesting race because, 26 Black is the horse to beat. The last 2 wins. And when you win by 4 3/4 on the turf, I thought it was ultra impressive. Now just needs to stretch out an extra furlong against a little bit better of a field. But
the number he produced now, right? I mean, he's in a different stratosphere, but he's only done it once.
True.
And he's got the extra furlong. See if he can do it again. Here's Vince the Prince, Javier Castellano cutting back in distance.
Yeah, a horse that's still a maiden, but you get Javier Castellano and a son of Ward Dancer, and first time he's getting to run 7 furlongs. Maybe the distance will help.
Paulie, Mig, sorry, 10 Cent Town, first on turf.
First time turf. Didn't see an overwhelming amount, although the sire's been pretty good with turf runners. And you get Johnny Vasquez for Bill Murray, who does good work.
One we were talking about earlier, stakes placed against open company in the Paradise Creek Vacation Dance.
Yeah, you're not going to get 12-1, 9-2 today. And it's Joel Rosario aboard, not Kendrick Carmouche.
Gem Mint 10, Dylan Davis, slight cut back in distance.
I think a major player here. Full disclosure, a Joseph Miglieri bloodstock purchase.
Here's Ramblin' Wreck. It's a new gelding and making his 3-year-old debut.
Well, you get IRAD. Maybe the horse is getting bet a little bit much because of IRAD. But, this is a horse that's never sprinted on the turf and has decent numbers going long. I thought a player in here.
Big price on this horse who's starting to figure things out a little bit for Phil Serpy.
You can still see a little bit green, a little bit studdish with the pony, but went gate to wire last time and turns back 1/8 of a mile.
The horse to beat, 7-5 favorite, trying to win 3 in a row. Here's 26 Black.
Yeah, look, big disparity in odds when you consider that the 8 barely beat the 7, but then the 8 came back and exploded, but the 7 came back to win. So 7-5 and your horse to beat.
And the thrill of victory, Mike Maker, Paradise Farms, and Jose Lescano rides at 16-1.
Yeah, dropped down to maiden 40. Got it done last time when it got a very fast pace to finish into. This is quite a bit tougher here.
Pick 5 pool, 273,000. Wow, nice jump there. Almost 300,000 now and still growing. You can play it by getting involved and signed up and started with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com. Get this offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. This is the code to punch in for new members. Bonus 200. Again, nairabets.com, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including our favorite wager, this late pick 5.
Yeah, it is. Kind of is my favorite wager. And man, I made sure that I consulted with my father. We got our pick 5 in.
Nice. For those that missed it, Paulie and his dad play a pick 5 every Father's Day?
Every Father's Day, yeah. Yeah, every Father's Day. Well, he's in Florida now. Before I used to just give him a $200 voucher, and that was good enough. So now we use that $200 voucher for our late pick 5.
I like it, doing it together.
That's why not? Yeah. But here's the problem with my father. We hit. He wants it like 3 minutes after the race.
Of course he does. There's the favorite, 7-5, 26 Black. So, yeah, he beat. It's all coming together narrowly on April 7th, and then he explodes in this race.
Paul, he finished so well here. Look at how Manny Franco confident he is coming into the stretch. In hand until the 3/16 pole. Now he starts to set him down, gets him into a full drive 8 pole, and now that separation you spoke about, how quickly he opened up going 6, makes you feel like 7 should even be better for him.
Yeah, and Manny's not a guy that really looks around. He's a guy that's straightforward, doesn't really play around, not looking if he has any horses around him. I like the way the horse strided out. You're right. I mean, listen, this horse comes back to that race, like, Greg said, And he's going to be really tough in here. You know, as soon as the crop went to the right side, he took off.
Yeah, and another son of War Dancer, and we've just been seeing them consistently perform on the turf here.
Let's go down to Maggie.
Let's take a look at the horse that I know Mig is interested in, and that is the gray son of the lieutenant in here. That's number 4, Vacation Dance. Now, I wasn't in the paddock for his last start in the Paradise Creek, but when he came back at Aqueduct in April, he was just really quiet, kind of dull acting, and I just suspected that he really wasn't cranked up to necessarily win at first asking off the bench. And then, you know, it's hard to gauge how we should interpret that Paradise Creek because it was a bog. It was, I mean, it says yielding. It was probably more on the soft side when we're looking at the American way of how we label our turf courses. And I know it's hard to believe those fractions, but as we were discussing earlier, Andy Sterling, David Aragona, and I, in a kind of not cohesive way, they might be legit because the horses up front really came apart. And usually when you're dealing with soft courses, it's the horses who are up front that do tend to win. And Vacation Dance was the first one to kind of make that move into that pace. And today, he is just sharp. He is on his toes. He has that look back that I saw last year as a 2-year-old that, yeah, I'm ready for it. Let's do it. And I love the 7 furlongs for him. Moving on to number 7, it's all coming together. See, I still think that longer is a little bit better, but then again, the 7 might be okay because he was kind of coming back a little bit, going the mile last time. Physically, he looks great. Mentally, he was acting up in the paddock to get the tackle, and he just seemed a bit agitated today. You know, when the groom tried to pull the halter off, he was like, don't pull on my head. He just looks agitated, and I'm wondering how focused he is. We'll see. But that's a very generous price on him at 18-1, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. We'll see if he can get it together before the gates open here. Big Price, who figures wide, looked like he is potentially ready for a move forward as they begin to load up. His dad was a very good dirt sprinter in his career. 13-time winner, over $1 million for Weekend Hideaway.
Yeah, you know, I noticed he was kind of acting up a bit too. And Paul, I'm boxing 4-5 here. I like these two horses. I think that Vacation Dance just came out of some tough situations his first 2 starts back.
I think the 8's the horse to beat. I went with the 5. I just think the 5 right now is the sharpest horse.
Meanwhile, even money, Public heavily backing 26 Black, trying to make it 3 straight wins here for Horatio de Paz. Let's go upstairs. Start of this late pick 5 on our Father's Day coverage. John Imbrial, the call. For the start of race 5. And they're off. It's all coming together. Challenged here by 10 Cent Town. And up close is Vacation Dance. It's 10 Cent Town who has the lead with Vacation Dance, and it's all coming together, right together, 2nd and 3rd. Down at the rail is Vince the Prince in 4th. The favorite, 26 Black, is in 5th, 3 lengths from the front. Then comes Gem Mint 10, followed by the Thrill of Victory, and trailing the field is Ramblin' Wreck in 8th. First quarter in 22 and 4/5 seconds over the firm turf, and it's long shot 10 Cent Town who leads here by a neck. It's all coming together. Another long shot is right there on the outside in 2nd. Vince the Prince is down at the rail. 26 Black is on the outside in between horses. Vacation Dance, break of a length and a half to the Thrill of Victory. Then Gem Mint 10 and Ramblin' Wreck. It's all coming together on the outside. Pokes ahead in front. 10 Cent Town down at the rail, and here's 26 Black, who ranges up now on the outside. The half and 46 and 1. It's all coming together. Challenged here by 26 Black. The 2 of them are heads apart with an 1/8 of a mile to the finish. And Ramblin' Wreck, who was last, is putting in a late run on the far outside. 26 Black, Ramblin' Wreck on the outside, and it's Ramblin' Wreck with a last to first victory. 26 Black was 2nd. It's all coming together. Finished 3rd. How much the best was Ramblin' Wreck in this race? 3-year-old comeback race. Race was lost for this horse out of the gate.
He totally blew the start, Paul, and he was last. But what a relentless and furious rally he put on this half the Dakota Gold. This was some performance.
No, unbelievable performance. 8 looks like he's candy right here. 26 Black. Manny gives the horse a perfect ride. The 7 puts away your front runner. And here comes the 6, Ramblin' Wreck. We had talked about this horse had never sprinted on the turf before and flew home. They went 109 and 2, finished up in 121 almost flat. Wow.
What a finish. Now let's go back to the beginning. Keep your eyes on the 6 with Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard.
Wow. You saw Irad yesterday. The irons almost came out. And
caused his own problem there, Paul. He broke out and raked the doors leaving the gate. And this you're going to see how much he got left right here. I mean, basically 2 lengths right off the break.
And it's not like, okay, the 3 was cutting out decent fractions, Greg, 22 to 46. Not crazy. We've seen him stop the clock yesterday at 108 and change. So 109 and 2 is not like they're really flying. This horse came home.
Well, they came home the last 1/8 of a mile in 11 and
So what did he come home in?
He came home in 11 flat to catch him. He made up 4 lengths the last 1/8 of a mile. I mean, this horse flew home.
What a finish from Ramblin' Wreck, horse who had faced Graded Stakes Company, Open Stakes Company in the Central Park. What a comeback effort from this horse. Might be some big things ahead for him. Danny Gargan, Irad Ortiz Jr., another one for Irad. And Reeves Thoroughbred Racing. Big performance from Ramblin' Wreck here at 7-2 prices. When we come back, even money favorite defeated to start off this late pick 5 on our Father's Day coverage from Belmont. Stay with us. We'll be back right after this.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays features a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:40, kicking off the win early pick 5. Home to full, competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on a gorgeous Sunday afternoon. Our late pick 5 underway with a star-making performance. Ramblin' Wreck, impressive in his 3-year-old return with Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Here with winning rider Irad Ortiz, and 2 wins today off the back of a 5-win day. You take this first Stallion Series race. That start looked disastrous. Talk about what happened.
I mean, missed the break. I warmed up good, tried to look on paper like I can be close. I mean, maybe 4 lengths off the speed, but things don't work out that way, like the way we want sometimes. So the gates open, missed the break. I just let him be comfortable and make a run, and and work out good.
It did. Talk about how well he traveled coming home.
Beautiful, beautiful. Every step of the way. After that, I asked him a little bit in the first part and jump on the beat right away. I buy my time, take my time. Going to a quarter pole, I already have some horse, and I wasn't behind Michael horse. I say, it's time to go out. So I tip him out, he respond, and hit it one time. As soon as I hit him, give me a good turn of foot and give me a good feeling. I don't know if I was available to catch that horse in the front. It's a nice horse too. But get there on time. I get there on time. Danny did a great job, Mr. Gargan, and I'm happy for the connections.
These 7 furlong races are funny on the turf because I want to ask you, what type of horse would you rather be riding? Granted, I mean, he was coming off a layoff, but he was still turning back in distance, whereas 26 Black was stretching out. Would you rather be on the turn back horse every time?
I love the 7-8 over here. You can see the pace always a little fast. I love those kind of horses that can be behind the speed and buy my time, and whenever I ask them, they there for me. But it's complicated. Not all of them can do it the way we want to, so we have to work it out. But that's what we do. That's what we do every day, and we try to get better. We try to learn every horse we get on, and we're doing good, thank God.
You are, and you orchestrated a brilliant plan with him today. Congratulations.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Rod Ortiz, good things continue to happen. Getting this Kupakoi's Joy win spectacular bid win with Ramblin' Wreck, Greg.
Thank you, Maggie. This was something to behold. That was quite a finish.
Yeah, it is. And you know what? You look at the pedigree. You know, this is a 3-year-old colt by Reedsdale. Reedsdale stands for $2,500. They paid $140,000 for this horse. So obviously, this horse has got a little bit of talent, and maybe they found his niche, which could be sprinting on the turf, Mig.
Yeah, and a pedigree there, half to Dakota Gold, who was very good last year, won this race. And this horse came in like a wrecking ball. I mean,
does he have room anymore for this hardware, Rad?
Probably going to have to buy a bigger house.
I mean, it's got to get pretty crowded in there.
Maybe we can go by public storage and get him some boxes.
7th at Belmont. Excuse me, 6th at Belmont. I'm getting ahead of myself. Maiden claiming race, $20,000 maiden claiming race, 1 turn mile. And Lucky Luke has had some poor beginnings out of the gate. We'll talk more about him in a moment. Dropping down in class, New Gelding unquestionably the one to beat. Well, winning a Grade 1 in this sport is the pinnacle of success. Doing it at Saratoga with all its history, the greats who have come before you, means even more. Tom Morley talks about experiencing that feeling for the very first time in My Favorite Race.
The 2016 Ballerina Grade 1 at Saratoga is my favorite race for a number of reasons. One is the fact that we won it with Have You Gone Away that year, just made it extra special. It's a race with an enormous amount of prestige, and it was our first Grade 1. There's something very special about the Ballerina. I don't know what it is, but the nerves had been building up and building up and building up. Remarkably, probably the time I was at my calmest was on race day.
They're off in the Ballerina.
I loved the post that day, and at this stage you're just hoping that you get a clean trip. We wanted a bit of pace to run at, but on paper there didn't appear to be a lot. So I said to Johnny, just make sure that she breaks cleanly and you get a nice position on the outside. I was hoping that we weren't going too wide around the turn, but Johnny really just stepped on the gas here a little bit, but he was also very careful not to hit the front too soon and not to give away too much ground, he said to me afterwards.
Here's Have You Gone Away on the outside, and she's coming with a rush.
At this point, I still thought we were going to be second, but she just in the last 5 strides got up.
Have You Gone Away has won.
After the race was a bit of a blur, to be honest. I remember the trophy presentation and some of the interviews, and then I remember just trying to digest it all, and I actually struggled a little bit, I have to say. It was an extremely emotional time, and it was also kind of a little bit lonely in that the owners weren't there, Maggie was still working, it was Travers Day, and I went and sat at a stall by myself for hours and hours on end, just hung out with us. Maggie and I went through a lot with that filly. We owe Have You Gone Away an awful lot, we really do. She was our first flagship horse. God, it still sends shivers down my spine watching that.
live on air for that moment. It was special, Maggie. We're going to have to update and change this piece if things go right for you this week overseas.
Yes. I mean, I don't want to get ahead of myself or ourselves, Greg, but yeah, so with Kanane going and earning her trip to Royal Ascot for my husband, Tom, who we just saw in that piece, yes, winning the ballerina was absolutely magical. It was a first grade one. It's at Saratoga on Travers Day. It was emotional. I was 7 months pregnant at the time, and I nearly gave birth to Grace right there on the apron. But for him to give back to Royal Ascot, where a horse that his father owned in Solaric, trained by his uncle David and bred by his other uncle Christoph, winning the Ascot Gold Cup back in 1997, it would ignite the flame in Tom that would lead him down this path of becoming a trainer. So with losing his father last year, a little over a year ago, I should say, to get back to Ascot and to have his mom by his side, it's what dreams are made of. It's what this game can bring you. And we're just gonna go there, experience it. And I will say, Greg, he told me last September, he says, babe, he texted me from the Keeneland sale, babe, I just brought my Ascot horse. I said, okay, dream on, buddy. My golly, he did, as he had a lot of experience working with Jeremy Nocita and buying Queen Mary runners. So Kanane, she has done everything right, shipping over there. She's the ultimate professional. I'm just gonna hope for the best and enjoy our time.
Best of luck to you. We're going to be watching, very anticipated, wishing you all the best. Well, just to be there, part of those festivities is an honor.
I love stories like that. You know, you think, Tom experiencing Royal Ascot as a young kid, with his dad who had a horse, and that led him to be a horse trainer. He might not have met Maggie. They might not have the life there. They might not have children. It's amazing to me how horses kind of give us these gifts and bring us together.
Yeah. Jeremy Nocita, if a lot of people don't remember, Wilco fame. He's the one that brought Wilco over before Craig DeLossie took over. And I'll never forget the great words of Tom Durker. And Wilco re-rallying. And I'll never forget Jeremy Rose looked back on a fleet. Alex, why is this horse re-rallying on me? And Wilco, yeah, that was Jeremy Nocita.
We're going to get back into live coverage here coming up. $20,000 maiden claiming race, 1 turn mile ahead. And Lucky Luke the 5. This is the horse to beat. Dropping class, but a couple of dirt races to see from this horse. Way out of it, against better, but problems getting out of the gate too.
Yeah, a horse that just seems like he's always shuffling his feet and tends to just break a step slow or a stumbling type of beginning.
Yeah, you know, you're right, he stumbled a couple times. Now they've gelded him, so maybe that will help him get out of the gate. He definitely has the talent. The problem is when you have a favorite, it's really hard to take a favorite. I call them horses that run their races upside down. They're going to come from way out of it, so they have to have a lot go their way at 2-1. And I think that horse probably will stick at 2-1 because I thought this was actually a pretty competitive field of horses.
I would think still, with the issue we talked about by post time, he's going to be a shorter price than this.
He'll be favorite, yeah.
12 minutes away from a race that kicks off this late pick 4. Got a new audience joining us here. So a slight pause and we'll come back. Welcome to those just joining us on FS2. Happy Father's Day out there to everybody watching. Beautiful Sunday afternoon here in Elmont, New York, joining us just in time for the start of a late pick 4 on this Father's Day card here at Belmont. Greg Wolf, champion jockey Richard Migliori, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, dads all of us, new grandpa right here as well.
Yeah, how about that? It's getting kind of hard to wrap my head around. I'm a grandpa. I mean, I love it. It's amazing, but I kind of still see myself, my mind's eye, like I'm younger, but I'm not, Paul.
Yeah, the older you get, like, listen, we were all on the call this morning. We have a call every this morning, and then all of us were exchanging pictures. It was actually really great of all of us, everybody in the truck, of all their daughters and kids and stuff. And I sent out a picture of my daughter, and, she just graduated high school, but I still see her as she's like 7 or 8, or she's still a baby. And then, like, this time goes by so quickly. It really does. But, yeah, happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. My father taught me this game. I know that.
Special relationships that we all have with our fathers, and then my young ones out here. First trip to Belmont for little
By the way,
Isabel.
who's your young one's favorite commentator?
This guy.
Say right away.
Every single time.
Paul.
He watches the show. Paul.
I'm going to win him over, though. By galloping him around, I'm going to win him over.
Good stakes race coming up later in the Keep It Going Joy in that New York Stallion Stakes Series. We're looking forward to that. That's on the 8th on the card today at 7 furlongs. And it seems like it is wide open. You can play all this action by getting signed up, started with Naira Bets. New members, that's the code to punch in, bonus 200 at nairabets.com. Good luck to everybody playing this afternoon, and play with us all summer long when we're in upstate New York as well and beyond. Always a great day to come out to the track on Father's Day here at Belmont. Tremendous crowd on hand here as we get a look at the field for this 6th here. And for those that just joined us on FS2, this is the horse to beat, no question, right here, the 5. Lucky Luke, dropping in class, but there are question marks with him. New gelding, and he's had some issues getting out of the gate, and he might be coming from a little ways out of it as well.
And again, Manny Franco aboard. You know, Meg and I were just talking. We didn't know that Kendrick Carmouche was off his mount, so maybe we're missing something here. Maybe Maggie can update us on that. But this was Lucky Luke. And you can see that this is what he does. He comes from way out of it. He's completely on the far outside of the racetrack, Meg. And I would think that's probably going to be the same case today.
Yeah, I mean, and I think Belmont Park, the main track at Belmont, will probably be a benefit to him. Also, dropping in class. You know, getting that class relief just means so much. And he gets a long run down the backstretch, even if he doesn't get away as cleanly as you would like. But he's very well placed today.
Yes, he is.
Such a key part of this game, finding spots where you can win, and the most successful trainers do that. And at some point, you got to be realistic with your horse, too.
Well, you not only have to be a good horseman and have your horses physically prepared to run, you've got to place them properly. You got to set them up to succeed. You can overmatch a horse. He can run the race of his life and finish 6th. The best horseman is also your best manager.
No, you're completely right. You know, when at one time I had about 15 to 20 horses when I was playing. I remember Doug O'Neill had a lot of my horses. You see Manny Franco taking a little bit of a break. And by the way, it's absolutely beautiful in the yard. They got so much stuff going on. If you're around the area, come out here.
That's Manny Franco with his dad.
No, that's awesome.
Dad works in the jocks room.
That's,
so
yeah.
Spend a little quality time with Dad on Father's Day.
On the bench. That's pretty awesome stuff. And Manny, just quiet assassin, I call Manny, right?
He is, too.
Dad has a lot to be proud of with Manny. Such a tremendous rider. And we're going to see him coming up in this race in just a moment. 8 minutes away from the 6th. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And we'll check in with your favorite here, Greg. Lucky Luke. He returns to the dirt. Now, he also returns as a new gelding, and it's done marvelous things for him. He's a lot more focused here in the paddock. He isn't acting studdish, although he doesn't want to go in the saddling stall. It hasn't necessarily changed him physically. He is a bit of a burly, heavy type of horse. So considering it's pretty fresh, the gelding, it's not going to change him too much physically in that immediate time frame. But he fits well with these. This is his race. This is his time to shine. If he doesn't, I would not bet him back after this. But let's move on to number 4, Old Point. He's not my type of horse. He isn't. He runs with his head up in the air, with his tail straight out. He can't get out of the gate. The one thing I will say about him today, at least, this is the best he's ever looked. Whether that has any bearing on his performance, I don't know. But he does look better than ever here for Linda, 3rd off the claim. Now we have some wild cards, some question marks on the outside as far as surface, as the 3 outside runners are getting onto the dirt for the first time. Number 6, Union Tap. It's a funny discussion with these Union rags. I think a lot of trainers opt to run them on the turf, even though he's a terrible turf influence, because they don't show anything in the morning. They are not very good workhorses, so the only option is to try them on the turf. Well, this one, he does have dirt pedigree on the bottom as well, and he returns as a gelding. I don't have any notes on him. I didn't see him on his April 15th effort. He actually looks as though he has lightened up with that gelding. And it looks as though he should be fine on the dirt, to be honest. He's woken up since they've gone on the walking ring. That's good because he was very, very quiet at first. I was kind of almost listless in a way, but I like the fact that he's woken up a little bit. I think that's a good sign, but still, he's going to be projected to be a somewhat short price here, Greg, and you just don't know with these horses if they're going to have any ability with the surface change.
We'll find out coming up. Thank you, Maggie. Union Tap, first time on dirt, start number 3. Arad Ortiz Jr. will ride for John Kimmel. Meg says so long. Andy Serling on the desk after a timeout.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Here's our post parade for race 6, start of the pick 4. 6 will be rich. Tom Morley and Jamie Torres.
Well, I mean, the good news for him is that Tom Morley's over in England, right? So that could move up. 6 will be rich in this race. Going to have to get faster in this field.
Does drop in class. Here's steady progress at 2 at 5 to 1.
Yeah, 0 for 10 lifetime. Been at this level. Ran an okay race last time out.
Sharpoon 34 to 1.
Yeah, it's just hard to make a case for this horse. He has not been competitive.
Here's a player, Old Point, Linda Rice.
Yeah, the gate has been his nemesis a little bit. He's been breaking slow, and he's favorite last time out, 5 to 2 today.
Lucky Luke. It's actually Manny Franco filling in for Kendrick Carmouche.
Everyone up here agrees he's the horse to beat, and just feels a little unreliable. New gelding dropping, but he's the one to beat.
Union Tap, first time on dirt, Maggie was talking about.
Yeah, first time gelding too, and Irad Ortiz looking for his 8th winner so far in the combined 2 days.
Another one switching surfaces, Globalization.
Interestingly enough, the 5, 6, 7, 8 all ran on the turf in their last starts. He's never been on dirt.
And Mr. Moore, 3 tries, as Andy mentioned, all on the lawn. Trevor McCarthy aboard.
You know, 10 to 1, warming up okay. I don't know if I could tell you the sire. 3 and 0?
Haven't seen a lot of those.
You were a catcher in baseball, right? 3 and 0. That you're sort of familiar with that. I don't want to. I don't want to overstep my bounds here, Paulie.
Well, you are right. I acted very stupid there. You had 3 and 0, but I had never heard of the horse.
I've never heard of him either. You've heard of the 3 and 0 count, though. I just want to make sure. Okay,
you would swing away 3 and 0, wouldn't you?
Okay.
3 and 0, you're swinging.
Well, here's the thing. There were certain people that liked to swing 3 and 0, and certain people that didn't. And I was the kind of guy that I didn't because I would overswing. And I would pop it up, or you'd swing at a bad pitch. Where there's guys like Miguel Cabrera, they would crush it every time. So you had to have that. I don't know. It was weird. You had to let it go in 3 and 0. And I remember Miguel would say, "Listen, you got a home run or make it go foul." I'm like, it's 99. How are you supposed to? But that's why Miguel Cabrera is going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Andy Sterling, by the way, joining us, and good to have you on the set as we get set for this Pick 4
Happy
coming
Father's
up.
Day to both of you.
Thank you so much.
Family's here. We haven't made an appearance yet.
They'll come around at some point.
Okay.
Well, his son almost broke his nose this morning.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he wheeled back and headbutted me.
Really?
That was a Father's Day present.
Really? How you feeling?
Thanks, William.
You don't look any worse for the wear.
I'm a little
Well,
sore.
come to think of it,
Andy, if you started a Pick 4 here,
I would single the 5.
you would?
I would single the 5 because I feel like if I don't single the 5, I guess I would use the 6 Union Tap. He does have more of a dirt pedigree, but I feel like either the 5 is going to win this race, Lucky Luke,
Kind of with you.
or I don't really have a strong opinion after him, and I don't really want to start spreading here.
Kind of true, right? I mean, it's like 5 or all. I mean, I don't know about all. I mean, because I don't think the 3 can win the race.
1, 2, 4, certainly the 6.
You were just ready to put the whole 346,000 in your account to win on the 5. So
a horse like this, I think, is a little tough to trust. He's probably going to win.
They're all tough to trust. Yeah, he's the worst to beat, but he's impossible to trust.
But I would think several probably are singling him on their Pick 4 plays. 8-5 favorite, though. Steady Progress at 5-1. Maybe a little interesting. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, that's the thing is, like, I just can't see a reason not to like Lucky Luke. So that's why I'm going to land on him. But Steady Progress, he's kind of been that. He just kind of shows up often. He does have a little bit of an in and out type of record where if that is the case, then he's heading towards a not so good effort today. But otherwise, I like the way he warmed up. He really is moving well out there for Dylan Davis. And he's a horse that, since beginning his career back in January, has not missed a beat. Already his 11th start here as we are midway through the 6th month of 2023. So I think that's respectable. Look, we had Naipaul Chatterpole win with Centavo, who has kind of followed that same game plan last week. So he's just an alternative here. But boy, with these maiden 20s, it's so tough to trust anyone. As Steady Progress, maybe he can be forward, and that's usually a good thing here in these types of races, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. 7-5 favor. There's that 5 in the background. Again, Manny Franco filling in for Kendrick Carmouche here. New gelding, dropping in class. And maybe he's just better than this group, but even the best race he ran is not some huge standout figure against this group.
The thing is, I'll get him in the winner's circle. I don't get the second choice at all, Old Point. His recent form has been atrocious. And I'd be more inclined to use oddballs like the 6 or maybe even the 8 if I was going to back up against the 5. I'll take my chance with the 5 against those that ran on the grass.
I think the 1's got, I mean, listen,
the
5's the horse to beat. We all picked the 5. We have too much weight. I think the 1's kind of sneaky, maybe to show a little speed from the inside.
Been betting every start, and he's dropping.
Yep, another one. This will be the lowest level he has ever been at. Steady Progress just ran second at this same level. We'll see how it plays out. This is the race that kicks off the Pick 4. Again, the 5, Lucky Luke, the heavy favorite here. Let's go to Johnny Brielle. Ready for the start of race 6. And they're off. From the outside, Globalization and Mr. Moore from the rail. 6 Will Be Rich. 6 Will Be Rich has the early lead. Sharpoon and Steady Progress, they are right together, joined on the outside there by Globalization. Union Tap is now advancing from 5th. Then Lucky Luke, followed by Mr. Moore. And Old Point is the trailer in 8th. 4.5 lengths separating the field. 6 Will Be Rich down at the rail. Leads here by a neck through a quarter in 24 1/5 seconds. Globalization is in 2nd. And on the outside is Union Tap in 3rd. Steady Progress down towards the rail. Sharpoon is now back running in 5th, followed by Lucky Luke. A break of 3 lengths to the trailers, Mr. Moore and Old Point. The field goes into the turn. Globalization right alongside of 6 Will Be Rich, and they're joined on the outside by Union Tap, so it's 3 of them across with the favorite, Lucky Luke, Now fourth, but on the extreme outside. In behind horses, Steady Progress. And then comes Sharpoon. 4 of them stacked across the track with Lucky Luke on the far outside. Globalization is there. 6 will be Rich down at the rail. And then Union Tap and Steady Progress as they come into the lane with Lucky Luke now taking over. Lucky Luke gets clear and gets clear quickly by 4 lengths. Globalization and 6 will be Rich. They're right together, second and third. Steady Progress is in fourth. But no doubt about the winner here. It's Lucky Luke, the New York bred under Manny Franco. Globalization got second, 3-way photo for third.
Lucky Luke. He was going to have to be best with that trip. 5 wide around that turn, he was best.
You know, it's interesting. Paul and I were talking during the race. The riders stay away from the rail here. There's never been any indication the whole meet the rail's been bad. You don't get that punished for being wide at Belmont. No. It's sort of a balcony Belmont, we used to call it. In this situation, broke a step slow. Manny sort of surveyed the situation, saw other guys were going. He was patient. He went around, and this race a foregone conclusion. And it's probably about the first time in the show, Paulie, everybody's picked a horse that actually won.
Right, all the weight was on the 5, but got the job done. You know, the one I thought would cut out the fractions was just not good enough. And a good
Prancing
call
right now.
Well, yeah, you know, good call by Andy. You know, the 4 was a bad favorite, and the 7. You know, sometimes when you get to these type of races, right, you try to go to the horses that are maybe 0 for the least. And the 7 was 0 for 1. I know it's a low-profile barn. I get it. But you said, you know what, we wanted to reach for somebody else like the 6 and the 8. You could have reached for the 7, a horse that only started once, and you get a nice little exacta behind this.
And I wonder if her dam, Alice B. Winkle, is related to Alice B. Toklas. Guys aren't buying that. You're not up on your 60s movies?
Musings by Andy Serling.
Peter Sellers' 60s movies.
We will not
Paulie got the joke.
Feeling himself after that one. Lucky Luke. 6-5 over 25-1. You could still get value in this game with a favorite on top.
I couldn't add the 7, but we would have singled the 6, start the pick 4. That would have worked out.
Yeah, it's very close for third. Yeah, the 2 got the bottom.
And you know, it's a mistake to not believe. Favorites are your friends in multi-race sequences. And this notion that you want to throw them out, and you obviously try to beat them in certain situations, but in a race like this, if you feel strongly about them and you single, they're your friend, and you get value with favorites. You don't want 4 straight favorites, in theory, but you don't get punished with them.
Manny Franco, Lucky Luke for James Begg. And 3-year-old son of Hardspun with the victory as a 6-5 favorite. 5-7, 2-4 finish, a 25-1 shot underneath. Manny Franco. Picture time to kick off this pick 4. We'll be back.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's D'Etat's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's D'Etat has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's D'Etat.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Races on our FS2 coverage is brought to you in part by Naira Bets. I love that placement right there. We need a banner up there for real.
That's right by my office.
We're going to have to move you out. We're going to need that banner.
It's time, hold it. I usually hold it from outside my window.
Get signed up, started. Go to NairaBets.com, play along. Manny Franco, and the favorite to start the Big Four, teaming up with James Begg here in a dropping class. This horse much the best.
Much the best here. And Jamie Begg has been deputizing for Rob Atras while he's on a 10-day suspension, but did a job today and won like a 6-5 shot should.
Is off all of his mounts.
Father's Day, you think? I hope it's just Father's Day. I hope he had important Father's Day duties.
7th at Belmont. We'll be back on the turf at a mile and 16th. 35,000 claiming race, all for sale for that price. Non-winners of 3 lifetime. And it's the 9 right now. Stella Mars for Ray Handel, Joel Rosario, the 8-5 favorite.
Feels like it's either Stella Mars or Home for Christmas, right? I mean, unless you somehow want to get the 6 crowding out to wire the field, but seems unlikely to me.
I just got a text from Kim Weir at Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. We're here today. It's TRF Day. Can you say something nice about us? We're going to do more than that. We're going to have Maggie do a live hit, I believe, from the booth.
I went to see Kim. She wasn't there. She texted me, too.
Okay.
What's going on here?
Of course we're going to mention you today on this very special day. Let's go to Maggie. This was from earlier today.
The TRF has a booth set up here at Belmont on this wonderful Father's Day. We're right outside the paddock here, right outside the grandstand entrance, and we have some wonderful volunteers with us. Ansley, Jean, and Brian manning the booth today. And Ansley, we have some great things that people can pick out. And why don't you stand up real quick and tell me a little bit about how you're informing everyone about TRF.
So we're just handing out brochures, kind of giving them a general overview, and then handing out all these fun items to kind of spread awareness and the message to everyone.
And that message is helping horses help people and celebrating 40 years since the opening of Wallkill. And if you're out at the track, if you're not, you can always check out trfinc.org to help those horses that are helping people in the Second Chances program, Acacia. And it's just a testament to how successful the Second Chances program has been, that 40 years at Wallkill with several other facilities around the country. And I'm so glad to see the team from the TRF out here at beautiful Belmont Park today.
They do a tremendous job. We're so grateful to them for what they do, helping find second homes for these equine athletes once their careers are over on the racetrack. And that's where you can go again for more information. Or if you want to donate, trfinc.org. Give a little, give a lot. If you can at all, greatly appreciated.
And certainly worth checking out their website if you're not familiar with them, and the work they do with the inmates, and especially Wallkill and other places as well. It's invaluable stuff, and we're all big fans of TRF up here.
Yeah, listen, the thoroughbred animal can be so therapeutic too, as you can see some of the inmates as well. I mean, a racehorse and a thoroughbred does so many things besides run around in a circle.
Yep, they're the greatest.
7th next. We're 22 minutes away from the final 3 on the card. Late pick 3 begins coming up. Non-winners at 3 life. Mile and 16th on the turf. Get a look at the field. Current odds. And this late pick 5 to this point. Ramblin' Wreck 7-2 and a favorite in Lucky Lucky Luke, and a long way to go. Welcome to those just joining us on our FS1 coverage. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. This is America's Day at the Races, live here in Elmont, New York for Sunday coverage from Belmont Park. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, 4-time Major League All-Star and father, Paul LaDuca. Good to be with you guys.
Good to be with you. And you.
Thank you. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there, and a wonderful, beautiful day here at Belmont. Trucks, golf clubs, cornhole, whatever you want, tequila, cigars, all kinds of stuff.
Are you going back and trying the golf?
I
the
did
golf
the
simulation?
golf one time. I might hit the best drive maybe I think I've ever hit in my life, and I didn't hurt my back, Andy, so I'm done.
Oh, I thought you were in traction when you did it at Oaklawn there. We were worried about you.
280 right down the middle from Paul LaDuca at the golf simulator.
You're quitting. You're quitting
Aced it.
undefeated.
Yeah,
That's
mending,
it.
yeah,
That's-
dropping the mic, yeah.
It's a good move.
Ricky Fowler would have been jealous.
Right?
7th at Belmont. This is for 35,000 claimers. Non-winners of 3 lifetime. The condition. And a mile and a 16th on the turf. Stella Mars is the one to beat on the board right now. Joel Rosario, Ray Handel team up here.
Yeah, and I think because it's Rosario, and especially Ray Handel's been having a sensational year, and you've got Katie Davis riding home for Christmas. Now, I prefer the one home for Christmas, and I'm not saying this is a knock to Katie at all, but the bettors are going to grab. There's 2 main players on paper, and we'll get to the 6 crowding out. But when Joel Rosario's on one and Katie's on the other one, the bettors are going to gravitate in all likelihood to the one Joel's riding.
Yeah, I think the other part, too, is, well, Christophe Clement, obviously, tremendous trainer. Ray Handel's barn's been on fire.
Right.
I'm kind of in agreement with Andy because the other horse in here, the 6, I'm not a giant, really fan of the 6, and I think he's getting Irad Ortiz money.
I totally agree. He is sort of the 3rd likeliest winner because it's tough to make a strong case for anybody else. But he's only run sprints. He's going to have the lead early.
He's going to lead the way, yeah.
But Chad Brown never wanted to run him long, so I'm going to defer to him, and I'm going to be very surprised when this horse is effective going long.
Meanwhile, in the 8th New York Stallion Stakes, Cupicoy's Joy division. Talked a little bit earlier with Mig about Cupicoy's Joy, one of those early New York breds to win a Grade 1 and set a stakes record in the Acorn, won the Mother Goose as well back in 1982.
She also ran the Preakness against the boys. Alfredo Callejas trained her, for Bob Perez. She was a tremendous racehorse. I can still remember those yellow silks they used to wear. And I've got an idea on a long shot here, Joey Big Nose. I got some thoughts on him. But this is an interesting race because I don't trust Stolen Future, the favorite, to get the distance. Though I think she's the one to beat.
All right, we'll hear more about your long shot play coming up. Let's talk Stolen Future. Mark Casse trainee, and this was back on May 14th, had the lead basically all the way until the very end.
But Master Tunes, who beat her, is kind of an over type, and she was chasing on the pace the whole way and wide. She should have won here.
I thought she was home because I'm looking at her ears. I remember I had this horse. I'm looking at her ears. I'm like, okay, she's home. And then right here, she just stopped. When he went left-handed, she just kind of I don't know if she's going in reverse, if the other horse got her or not. I still can't believe she lost this race.
I still can't believe she won.
Right? Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things like you thought she was home and cool. You see her ears. Looks like she's just going to keep on going on with it. And I still can't believe she got run down that day.
But to be fair, she still ran a race that could win here. I just think it's a question of how confident you are that she's going to be as effective with the extra furlong. And if you go back to the 6th race where the boys ran, I think that extra furlong kind of got to the favorite in that race a little bit in there, 26 black. The winner ran very well to beat him, but I wonder if those 6 furlong horses, sometimes getting the extra furlongs kind of tough.
It could be a lot more taxing too, right? Going 7 furlongs, trying to do it on the front end.
I feel like the turnbacks, the mile 16th, the 7 furlongs, are often more effective than the sprinters that try to stretch out that extra furlong on the turf.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It seems like it's been really tough to go wire to wire. You got to be much the best to go wire to wire on turf. Now, we did see a couple horses here and there, but I think it's played fair. I really do.
I think the turf course has been very fair.
Yeah, it's been very fair.
Stolen Future going to take plenty of money in that race in our feature still to come. Let's take a look at what's ahead on the program, presented by Claiborne Farm. Could not ask for a better day out here. The Cupicoy's Joy, the one we were just talking about. We have the 7th coming up next, and then race 9, maiden claiming race. That will be seen on FS2 when we switch networks. And it'll be wide open race to close things out today.
I agree. I mean, I feel like the Wesley Ward, Irad Ortiz, Alibi Ike on the rail is going to be a super short price. But
of course.
I don't trust that horse at all, but he may well win.
Are you interested in the 9 Brass Monkey at all? The 9 in there?
What is a
outside?
brass monkey? Is that like a door knocker or something?
You know what it was?
Beastie Boys.
It was a Beastie Boys song.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm more in.
I just thought that horse has a kid's look.
Oh, he can win.
Yeah.
I liked Hooey.
And I'm a
I'm
Brooklynite
actually
too,
with
so
you.
I
I'm
got to
usually
back
with
my Beastie Boys.
Really, is that?
Got a
that's
park
part
right
of
next to me
being in
named after Mike D.
Wow.
We're taking time out. We'll be back. Post break from the 7th at Belmont coming up. Of course, next week, Paulie knows all about this. Northern Stars Turf Festival at Canterbury Park in Shakopee, Minnesota. We're going to have live coverage. We'll be back.
The rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Back with you on our FS1 coverage. Father's Day here at Belmont Park. Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Proud to have them as a sponsor. As we continue along on our Father's Day coverage, first 7,000 fans that came out to the racetrack. Gorgeous duffel bag, cigars handed out to the first 200.
Yeah.
And
by the way, that cigar shop?
That swing rivaled yours, Paulie. Paulie ripped one down the center earlier
well
today.
done.
That was a very nice swing.
The ones that are hanging out with cigar, their shop is on Caroline Street in Saratoga.
The one at Caroline or is on Philo? The one that's at the top of the hill in Philo.
You're right. Yes,
across
Philo.
from
So,
Morrissey's in the Adelphi.
1,000,000%.
Right.
Yeah, so if you're looking for cigars up in Saratoga, there's your boys.
I grew up on Caroline Street, so both in my house and in bars.
7th next. We're 12 minutes away from this turf race coming up at a mile and a 16th. Again, non-winners of 3 life. And here's one of the players in the race. This remaining half of the entry has the far outside post, the one home for Christmas. With more, let's head downstairs to Acacia Clement back with us.
And Greg, we'll start there. And what a great day on Father's Day. I just caught sight of an ice cream truck in the backyard too. So Paulie, you and I are going to have to hit that up after the races as well. But talking about home for Christmas in this spot. Now, 2 back in her first race off the layoff. She was acting up pretty badly in the gate, and then as a result broke a bit slowly and then kind of got squeezed back. And then last time it looked like Flavian Pratt, who rode her, took a look over and made the conscious decision to rate her instead. She's a horse that's had her success by being forwardly placed and being on the lead. I don't know if she'd be able to be on the lead with the presence of a horse like Crowding Out in here, but I do think that the drop in class should help her. She has definitely rounded into fitness. She did get a touch warm in here in the paddock, but sometimes she can be pretty energetic prior to her races, and definitely looks the most fit in the third start of her 5-year-old season. Speaking of the number 6, Crowding Out, she is first off the claim for Peter Walder and will stretch out in distance. She's always been a very high energy type of filly, now a mare. And I think that maybe physical aside, that was in large part why we've seen her sprinting. Now, she's not the biggest. She's on the smaller side for sure, a little bit more compact. There's a little length to her frame where I could see maybe being able to stretch the speed a little bit, but she's so sharp. She's been really kind of all over the place here in the paddock, and she's settled a little bit now as they're kind of just dousing her with some cool water and trying to get her to relax a little bit. I'll keep an eye on her in the track, but just given what I've seen from her races and her demeanor, I'm not sold that longer really is better for her. I kind of feel the same way about the number 9, Stella Mars. Always in my notes I've written that I prefer her going a little bit shorter. Now the thing with her is that she has run well coming from off of it against a bit tougher company when going in some longer races. And she does make her second start off the layoff here. She's not the type of mare that always carries the best condition. That said, I still do wish second off the layoff I saw a little bit more strength in her hind end and that she just kind of bulked up a little bit as far as from her muscle mass from that last sprint race to today, where she was really kind of assed and totally outfooted at the start. And maybe that's why they're going to try to get her to go longer, because she just doesn't have the early type of speed and acceleration to get into the race when sprinting. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. That is the mare that Joel Rosario is going to ride. We just got a quick look at Joel. Heading to talk strategy with Ray Handel. Stella Mars, 2 for 20 lifetime. Both those wins on the turf. And it's going to stretch back out today. We're going to go back to last summer. Saratoga at a mile and 16th, 50,000 starter allowance, and narrowly misses against Runaway Rocket.
Yeah, and I mean, Runaway Rocket did wire the field, in fairness. But I felt like she didn't finish that day. And interestingly enough, the reason that I prefer Home for Christmas to her is I think Home for Christmas is a more true router. Now, to be fair, from a speed figure standpoint, Stella Mars has run fast enough to win a race a mile and 16. But I just feel like I'm more confident that Home for Christmas will get the distance than Stella Mars. Is that fair, Paulie?
Yeah, it's fair. And the other part about it, too, I think, Andy, you look at the 2 wins by Stella Mars, they're by a nose and a neck. So it's not like she has that winning punch. If she's going to win, she's got to be perfectly timed. If you look, she's lost by a nose. She's lost by a half a length. Her form's gone a little bit south. The one thing is in her corner, she does like Belmont.
Meanwhile, here's a look at the one who's going to be leading the way, or should be anyway, in this field. Rat Ortiz Jr. Crowding Out, trying this distance for the first time. So can she get a mile and a 16th?
Well, obviously that's the million-dollar question for her. And I just feel like this horse that Chad Brown had for the first one, 6 starts of her career. Chad Brown's not a guy who's, I mean, he had a very nice looking first that won 6 furlongs here yesterday. But in general, he doesn't run a lot of horses strictly in sprints. He more goes to them when things aren't working out, when they're going longer. So if he didn't believe that she would be effective stretching out, I'm a little bit dubious that she's going to be, she's going to be in front in here. And her best races are probably good enough to win here, but Paulie, I don't trust her getting the distance.
And she's going to be in front, Paulie, too, with this configuration where if you can open up early on a field that start right on that turn, you can create some real separation early.
You can. You can create a lot of separation. I'm kind of with Andy, though. It's just like you get to the point where this horse broke, her maiden and ran an 80 buyer, and then 3 starts later, the horse is in for 35 non-3. And I'm wondering if out of that race, usually Chad will stretch a horse out, and the horse went backwards from there. So I'm kind of with Andy on this horse.
Here's Home for Christmas. So again, the extreme outside post for the remaining half of the entry.
I thought she ran well 2 back after blowing the break. Last time a little disappointing, but still good enough to win here. And to me, she's the horse to beat.
Here's Long Shot. Gets the rail, the 2, Justin Nyquist.
Maybe this horse can show some speed. The horse has showed speed on dirt, but has never really showed speed on turf at all.
Synonymous at 14-1. Jose Gomez aboard.
At times, occasionally, he's run races fast enough to win, but it's pretty rare. But he's back on the right surface, at least.
Or Mango, Jamie Torres, the apprentice for Jimmy Ferraro.
Yeah, big long shot here. Another horse that's stretching out after 2 mid-pack finishes, gone 6 furlongs.
Racing Colors, can you make any case?
I cannot make a case for this horse. He's first time in the grass. There's no turf pedigree at all that I could find.
Crowding out, this is the one that is going to be leading the way with Aran Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, I would think she's going to be in front for a lot of this. We'll just see if she can see out the distance. You're getting 2-1, though. I'm surprised she's almost a favorite in here.
Huge price next door that, Philly did win for non-winners at 2 at Tampa on the grass.
But that race was woefully slow relative to these. But listen, at least she's won on the grass, and a lot of these have not.
And the 8-5 favorite outside, Rosario for Ray Handel, Stella Mars.
I get it. She's with a hot trainer. She's got Joel Rosario. She's been effective going longer. I just don't think she should be favored over the 1, but it's pretty close.
5 minutes away from the 7th here at Belmont on our Father's Day coverage. You can play it all by getting signed up. With Naira Bets, there's the offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. That's the code you punch in for new members to take advantage. Bonus 200, again at nairabets.com. 5 minutes from the 7th. JK, how are you going to play it?
Well, Wolfie, this is a tricky little race here. Look, you look at the tote board, you see the 1, the 6, and the 9 taking a lot of money. I think all 3 of those make some sense. The 6 and the 9 stretching out, so you have some questions about that. But look, I think that one of those 3 horses likely wins. However, I'm going to pick, quote-unquote, the 3 synonymous. I just think this horse is interesting at a price. The last race, I think that's probably the best 9th place, beaten 8 lengths finish you'll see. The pace was terribly slow. This horse made a little bit of a middle move into that pace. When the pace is really slow, it's hard to have a fast final time. So the speed figure is actually pretty low, and it doesn't really make a lot of sense. However, there was a little bit of a middle move in there that makes me think the 3 synonymous will outrun her odds, 14-1. She's got some back numbers that don't necessarily fit, but hint that she could run better than her odds in here. And like I said, look, the 1, 6, or the 9 are your winner of this race. In those situations, when you end up picking the top 3 choices, you really don't have an opinion. And so if you don't have an opinion, you try to look for something a little bit more creative. I'm going to use the 3 a little bit here. I think the 3 is a great horse to use underneath an exactas and trifectas. If you're playing the superfecta, like my dad would be doing today, if he was with us, it's Father's Day. He loved a 10-cent super. Dad, if you're listening out there, make sure you use the 3.
Well said, JK. 14-1 long shot. What do you think about synonymous here, guys?
First of all, I just want to note the historic moment of Jonathan going off the reservation here. I hear where Jonathan's going, and I don't disagree with him at all. If you want to find a price in here to try to get somewhere into your super try, I think synonymous is the one that you want. I don't think Jonathan is saying he expects the horse to likely beat both or all of the 1 and 9, but you can make a case that at least she has races that give her a chance to get a piece here.
Yeah, you're right. She does. She has some decent races to go back to. And when she was in for this kind of $35,000 level, those races were at Saratoga. So this race is just, it's kind of a weird race. And then it's one of those races where can you really trust the 1 or the 9? I mean, I picked the 9, but I think the 1's a little bit more trustworthy.
And, outside posts here, too, as we talked about, speed can be very advantageous the way they start. Outside posts can get punished here.
Well, I think Hayes got to sort of get out of the gate and hopefully, be following the number 6 crowding out is obviously going to be in front, and Irad's going to try to back it down. I just prefer that one, but I don't have a knock on the 9. I just think a little better price. The 1's probably a better gamble. My dad loved the trifecta. My first trip to Saratoga, they used to only have the trifectas in the last race back in the day. And he would leave work early, and we'd go over the last couple races. And those are the first times I went to Saratoga in '74 when my family had moved there, the first time we were there. And my dad loved the tries. His last bet before he died, he had a cold $25 try in the Lady Joni 2007 Alabama.
That's tremendous.
That's awesome.
2 minutes to post here in this 7th at Belmont. Let's go back down to Acacia.
And I know that my dad likes to play a little bit as well. He's not a very big bettor, but I know he likes a win bet on a long shot. And he also enjoys a good little multi-race wager when we could put it together. Some really fond memories up at Saratoga, playing the late pick 4 with my dad, putting a ticket in together, and just always really cherish those memories. And he always tells me stories of his grandfather when he was young, where he would pull him into his lap and say, "Come on, Brian, here's the racing form. I got my glass of bourbon. Let's pick some winners." And I guess it was in my blood. But I landed on Home for Christmas in here because of the 3 logical ones. I thought that she's the one I trust most to get the distance. But I have a theory kind of like JK does with a big price underneath. I know the 2, Justin Nyquist, is not very quick, but I've always written that she is a big, rugged filly. She wants to go a distance of ground. She was totally outfooted last time out. She looks tremendous right now for Oscar Barrera, and she stacks up physically with the other big players in here. At 28-1, I'm hoping that she can grab a share underneath. Again, I don't think she's necessarily good enough, but I just really like what I saw from her for these conditions, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. 29-1 on the 2, Justin Nyquist, who has the inside post in this race. That would shake things up a little bit in this late pick 5.
How about JK's horse gone down from 14 to 12?
3-2 favorite still. Stella Mars, fans enjoying the action.
Well, the ultimate seat is when you would go Father's Day and you're on your father's shoulders. Get the best seat in the house. You can watch the horses go around.
And what, it was Turf Paradise for you the early days?
Yeah, it was Turf Paradise in the early days. Yeah,
Did you go there with your dad?
Yeah, I used to
That's
go there
great.
with my dad and get on his shoulders, and he started getting a little heavier and heavier. I remember at about 12, son, can't pick you up anymore.
I don't think my dad carried me on his shoulders.
My son's 2.5, and I'm getting to that point. Here we go, mile and 16th on the turf here in the 7th. Let's go upstairs to Johnny Brielle.
There in the gate. And they're off. A slow start for number 6, Crowding Out, who is now moving up a few spots, and something seems to be amiss there with number 2, Justin Nyquist. The rider may have lost a stirrup there. Going out for the lead here is Red Zilla, who opens up by 2.5 lengths. And then Racing Colors and More Mango heads apart 2nd and 3rd. Crowding Out has now advanced into 4th. Then comes Synonymous in 5th. Home for Christmas on the outside in 6th. Almost 3 lengths back to Stella Mars. And the trailer in the field is Just a Nyquist. The quarter went in 25 1/5 seconds. And Red Zilla has stepped away here to lead by 8 or 9 lengths. Racing Colors, More Mango heads apart 2nd and 3rd. Then Synonymous and Crowding Out, those 2 are right together, followed by Home for Christmas, Stella Mars, and Justin Nyquist continues to trail at the back. Half mile went in 50 3/5 seconds as they close in now on Red Zilla. Here comes More Mango. Here comes Racing Colors. Synonymous is down at the rail. And then it is Crowding Out along with Home for Christmas. Stella Mars is next to last right now, but gaining ground. And then Justin Nyquist as More Mango takes over the lead at the top of the stretch, 3/4 up in 1:15 4. So it is More Mango who has the lead. Home for Christmas now moving into 2nd as Stella Mars gains ground down towards the rail. But More Mango is in front by 3. Stella Mars gaining down on the inside. More Mango trying to hold off the charge of Stella Mars. The 2 of them will fight it out to the finish. Stella Mars got there. Stella Mars from out of the clouds.
More Mango looked like she had this race wrapped up, and Joel Rosario doing Rosario things on Stella Mars.
Cutting the corner, Andy.
And I got to tell you, I think everybody up here feels for anybody that needed the 4 More Mango at 20-1 because there's nothing longer than that last 16th of a mile in that situation. I got to tell you, this is about as animated as you'll see Joel Rosario on a horse, right? I mean, he sensed that he needed to get to work.
No, if we get to the top of the lane, he won the race. He had a ton of horse. And he decided he could have split to the outside and gone about 5 deep, Andy. He decided to go inside the one, and I think that won him the race.
I mean, this was, listen, I thought that Katie, by the way, gave the one. Home for Christmas was a terrific ride. She saved ground to angle out. Home for Christmas just wasn't good enough here.
And look, we should say that the trip early on, 6 did not break at all. That was the speed of the race, so that totally changed things there.
Yeah, it did.
Yes, it definitely. But then again, you had a worse runoff as it was. And I know, you look at those paces, 25.26, 50.7. I don't believe it. We saw this yesterday with the Mark Hennig horse that ran off earlier, and even Mark was asking me, what do you think of those paces? I don't believe that a horse opened up 8 in the field and went 50.7. I just don't believe it.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't make
sense. The
sense.
other part about this, Ray Handel right now, his horses, he's like Javier Castellano. They're just punching the right buttons. He's placing his horses in the right spot, and for him to get up. Again, I wish we could show this because Joel made an unbelievable adjustment. He really steered this horse inside the one. He did not want to go outside of Katie because he thought he might lose ground. And I think it was the winning thing. I don't think he would have got up if he goes outside.
And Jonathan was right. Synonymous fills out the try.
See, right here. See, like watch him right here. He's going to go outside the one, Andy, and he goes, no, I'm going to go inside. Does that win him the race?
I don't know. You know, I always feel like horses are better off making outside moves, but I think Joel just felt like I have to try to go, like I don't want to lose any extra ground. I got a sense of urgency. You could be right, just sort of, not altering course at all. And I got to tell you, you bet more Mango here, my heart goes out.
Considering that margin, that might have been the difference.
Yeah. There's nothing worse. We've all been there. We've all bet those long shots that have been in front past the 16th bowl and got nailed by the favorite. It's painful.
Joel Rosario timing it right on Stella Mars is a 7-5 favorite. Ray Handel looking good in purple, enjoying this victory. We'll be back.
Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming struggling down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold up Mage. Mage is taking the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Last September broke records.
It brought the energy, the magic, the momentum.
And this year, it all returns.
Only at the World's Yearling Sale. Keeneland, September.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS1 coverage on a gorgeous Sunday afternoon, Father's Day in Belmont, New York. And this man continues to be sensational at so many things, but especially coming from off the pace on the grass.
I mean, he is as cool a rider as you'll ever see. He's never rattled, but you could see that he really had to get a little extra animated on Stella Mars to get the money and run down the long shot. More Mango, a very tough beat if you had that one. And here was the key. You just key John's long shot for it, the supers. Use the 1 and 9. So figure out, get the 4 in there, and you're rich.
As easy as that. Rosario for Ray Handel. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
Ray Handel enjoying his Father's Day with Lennon here as well, who's eyeing up the microphone, by the way. Coming after my job, Lennon is. But Ray, you said Stella Mars just missed on Father's Day last year.
Yeah, she made up the nose that we needed here today. Not by, I think about the same amount. It was a wild finish that day. We thought she was going to get there, and she just missed. But she's saving it for this year.
To celebrate in the winner's circle. You were telling me about your instructions to Joel, but as is typical Joel, you just got to let him do his thing out there.
Yeah, he's just such a savant. We spoke about taking a hold, sitting back, everything was going beautifully. And I said, whatever you do, before you make your move, just get a clear path and get her to the outside because she hates coming up the inside of horses. So I don't know. What the hell do I know? He certainly knows more than I do, it looks like.
You obviously know a lot, as you've been winning quite a bit here. But again, on Father's Day, of course, celebrating with your family here. How special is this?
It's extra special. I was so badly wanting one last year, and to have Lennon here for this is it's pretty cool. So, and what a great crowd we have today. So, awesome day of racing.
Absolutely is. Enjoy it. Congrats.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Father's Day. High five, Lennon. We got the celebration going on in the winner's circle, Greg.
Great moment. Hugs for Dada. Well done, Ray Handel, who is winning a lot of races at this meet.
And the other thing is not his horse are winning. He's been extremely reliable. It just feels like when Ray has a horse that's live in the race, they run. They may not win, but they run.
Yeah, he's got 10 wins in 8 seconds. You're right, Andy. I mean, he's been just right there. As you look at the late pick 5 follow along, it's gotten a little bit chalky. But hopefully you're still alive, because I thought this race, maybe you could, I thought wide open, and then the last race is wide open. So you can get a price in the last 2.
And Ray is in that situation that everybody is in right now in racing, to some extent, whether you're a trainer, a rider, and us as handicappers. You're getting ready to go to Saratoga, and you're just living in fear that you're about to embarrass yourself for 2 months.
He had a great Saratoga last year.
He did, but if you haven't gotten your butt kicked in Saratoga, you've never been to Saratoga.
True.
And I always feel like I've had some horrendous summers there. I had a good summer last summer, but I always go up there worried that I'm going to humiliate myself up there for 2 months.
New York Stallion Stakes, Cupicoy's Joy division, 7 furlongs on the turf for 3-year-old fillies in here. We talked a little bit about the history of Cupicoy's Joy, one of those very early on New York breds to win a Grade 1. In fact, it was just the year before that Fiorito was the first ever to do it, and then wins the Acorn Stakes record time, wins the Mother Goose at the pace in the Derby, and now has a race, rightly so, named after her.
It's so funny to say she ran in the Acorn, the Mother Goose, and the Derby. Yeah. And I think back then the Acorn was for sure before the Derby, not sure about the Mother Goose, but she was a tremendous racehorse for Alfredo Callejas. And, this is a trainer, Bob Perez, who had a lot of horses back then. You remember those yellow silks, a little red in them. And Cupicoy's Joy was a tremendous racehorse. And I never even thought about her as being a New York bred without this stake. I wouldn't have even remembered that about her. And you mentioned Fiorito, and I wonder if Wynn was the next New York bred that won a Grade 1. The turf horse used to square off against the mighty John Henry, and our friend the Mig rode him.
Oh, wow, I didn't even know Wynn was a New York bred. I didn't realize that. I remember him running against John Henry.
Might have been the first $1 million winning New York bred.
I didn't even realize that. Yeah.
We'll get to this year's group of the Cupicoy's Joy in a moment. Still in future right now for Marcassi is the favorite. Got caught late in a race where she tried to lead him gate to wire. But this is coming up next week. Excited to have this coverage from Canterbury Park, Northern Stars Turf Festival. 6 stakes from Shakopee, Minnesota, including Canterbury Derby. Paulie, take it away.
Yeah, I'm going to be on site. It's actually going to be a really good card. It's a fun night. I've been there before. I actually was able, before I came up here, talking to Brendan Walsh. Brendan has got a couple horses that are entered. Brad Cox has got some horses entered. It's going to be very interesting what riders come up to ride. But it's a really, really fun night.
Florent's coming, I think.
Yeah, I think Flo, the jockey, Florent Giroux, is going to go up there. And you can see the stake schedule. There will be an all stakes pick 5 as well. And a lot of people don't realize the leading rider there is Harry Hernandez. His jock's agent is Scott Stevens. Scott Stevens, for a lot of people don't know, is Gary Stevens' older brother. He's got the most mounts ever at Canterbury. He's got the most wins ever at Turf Paradise. He was kind of my idol growing up, but now Harry Hernandez is on your favorite in the Canterbury Derby.
But can that horse handle the turf? He's very fast in the dirt, but he's got to be a turf horse.
Meanwhile, Worthington for Mike Maker and Jareth Loveberry, we saw in a runner-up finish in the Kentucky Derby this year on 2 fills, will be aboard. And this horse struggled in a stake at Horseshoe Indy last time out, but it's a 2-time winner on the grass.
I feel like his best form, Paulie, and he obviously can win, though, was earlier in his career.
Yeah, kind of. I'm kind of with you. Maybe this is a kind of bit of a turnaround. One thing I've noticed when I didn't really get to watch Jareth Loveberry ride that much. He's a very good rider, and he stays on the rail. He's a very good turf rider. This was a little bit different because he had to go wide.
But he rode 2 fills terrific.
Yeah, he rode 2 fills on the rail. He stays married to the rail a lot. He's a very good turf rider. And I would think this is, at post time, I think Vermillion and this horse will be close in wagering.
Worthington 2-1. Morning line, We Storm. Jonathan Thomas, and you talked about Flo, the jockey. Yep, Florent Giroux will be aboard. Coming off a 4-length dominating score at Horseshoe Indy.
You know, you watch this race, and this is why I don't like the eye test notion. This horse is incredibly impressive visually. But the figure came back a 71, Beyer figure, which isn't terrible in this field.
Yeah.
And, you know, I haven't looked up who he ran against. I'll look it up. I'm not on the show, but I'll look it up a little later. I mean, he looks like, look at him, like a machine. But he may also be beating up on horses that are so much slower that it's a bit of an illusion. And I'm not saying he's not a player.
It's such a tough call right now because with everything that's going on in the landscape at Churchill, Ellis just came out today and said a sprinkler head broke, and their turf racing's done. The turf racing in the racing at Indianapolis Grand is a lot better. And with all the Chicago shutting down, a lot of the Chicago horsemen are going there. I think it's a little bit more competitive, so you can maybe rate their turf races a little bit better.
Are you expecting a big reception from the fans at Canterbury? I mean, they got to be excited that you're showing up. You've only been there once.
Well, I get to interview Richard Grunder, Paul Allen, and hopefully Scott Stevens. Scott, no exaggeration, Scott Stevens was kind of my idol growing up.
What about Mike
You know
Baker?
whose idol he was? Gary Stevens.
Right?
He was.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
Correct.
And he was the first guy that my father used to say, you know, a jockey can make a difference on the turf. He would make 2 lengths up on the turf. That's what made him special.
We're going to take a timeout. We look forward to that. Paulie's going to be out there. They have a tremendous atmosphere of racing. I hope you join us for that on Wednesday night. New York Stallion Stakes, Cute McCoy's Joy Division coming up wide open. Feature ahead. Stay with us.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Silver State's somewhat of a throwback stallion. He was very durable. He won 6 times in a row across multiple tracks, Churchill, Oaklawn, Belmont, and he won the Grade 1 Met Mile, which is a very nice stallion making race. Beat Horse of the Year Knicks Go, which he was the only horse to defeat Knicks Go the year they were running.
Finish in the Hillendale Met Mile, and it is Silver State to make it 6 in a row.
And his first falls have hit the ground, and we love what we've seen. He's throwing amazing consistency. There's plenty of substance and leg. We're really happy with what we have on the ground. And I don't think I've ever had more people tell me about a first-year horse than I have this year with people with Silver State foals. He's an imposing horse. Everyone that comes to see him that first year, it was amazing. They would come and see him, and they'd walk right into Bernie's office and sign a contract, or even ask if they could buy a share. The response to him has been phenomenal. He bred the most mares of any stallion that's ever been at Claiborne his freshman year. Very encouraging for the future, and hopefully we can get lucky.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual and usually well, as horses are finishing getting saddled for this New York Stallion Series Cubicoist Joy Division. And we'll start with the horse that's your tepid favorite, and that is Stolen Future. The big question with her is, can she handle the 7 furlongs? Can she sustain the speed like she was unable to last time out? Now, both of her recent races, both her maiden score 2 back and last time when she finished second, were against older. She'll be against straight 3-year-olds in here today, and she was beaten by Master of the Tunes, who'd had many chances, but was able to run her down. Now, physically, she looks like she should be able to handle the 7 furlongs. It's actually my first time laying eyes on her, and I can see why she was not effective going 5 furlongs at Gulfstream down in her debut. Just doesn't have the physicality of one of those kind of really stout, squat, compact type of sprinter builds. There's much more length to her frame, so leading me to believe that her physicality says she should handle it. I am a little concerned with her running style, given the fact that she got run down when she looked like she was home last time out. But she has run 2 good races on the turf as of yet, and we'll see if she can carry that speed a little bit more today. I am very interested by the number 10, Ms. Big Bucks. I was in the paddock for her last race, which was an off-the-turf start, and I was convinced that she wasn't going to be a factor in there because she just looked so much more like a turf horse. She also, even in that race, was her second start. She was just carrying a lot of substance, a lot of weight, almost a little bit too much weight. And while she still is clearly a very good doer, she's a little bit more tucked up, a little bit more defined today. And she won last time on the wet track. She just has that flat pancake-like hoof. She is the full sister to Grade 3 winner Dancing Buck, also trained by Michelle Nevin and a 5-time turf winner, won the Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship, or I believe Belmont Turf Sprint Championship. But this is a horse that I think is coming along, and she's very sharp in here, and she has some speed as well. The number 11, Little Lindsay, crossed the wire first last time out on the dirt, though was drifting pretty significantly. She's sharp here in the paddock, as she'll go back to the turf. She actually won first out on the grass, sprinting up in Saratoga. If you watch that race back too, it was actually raining quite a bit that day as well, so it might have been a little bit more cut in the turf too, but she just had a perfect stalking trip. She took over and she held pretty gamely. I don't mind her going back to the turf either. She has a little bit more of a turf horse, a turf hoof as well. Hopefully mentally she can keep things together throughout the running of the race, and Katie Davis is familiar with her now, as that drifting has been her Achilles heel, particularly last time when she was disqualified. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. 9-1. She's interesting. Look, 79 buyer in a debut on turf at Saratoga, winning first time out, now getting back to that surface.
The problem with that, and I think she can win, and she's improved as a racehorse, so I don't really worry about the turf race as much, and she has the pedigree to handle as well. But my worry, and this is a bunch of horses coming out of this race are in here, in fact, the first 3 finishers, that 79 figure has proven to be unreliable going forward. I just think it's flat out wrong. So I don't believe she's that good, but she's improved as a racehorse, and I don't really want to dismiss anybody that ran 1, 2, 3. I mean, Midtown Lights probably began her career on the turf, and she didn't run great, but she handled it. And even Le Valentine has got enough turf pedigree to suggest that she maybe could handle it, and I don't think any of these horses are without a chance.
Yeah, I mean, Le Valentine, she's hard to figure out because she kind of throws in a clunker, then she'll throw in a really good one. That was actually a really good race down to the wire. And then she's just really tough to read for for Linda Rice. You know, her races have gone up and down, but I would think she will run a little bit better today. At least bounce back. I don't know about 3-1 though. You're being
back to your point, Tom. Is even if it was a 60. First start out of your career as a 2-year-old.
I'm not. Yeah, no, I'm not right. I don't care. I wouldn't. But the problem is people look at the 79 and bet her a little off that. But she's a big price, and I'd rather bet her. I mean, the 8 at 3-1 is ridiculous. Stolen Future is the horse to beat and should be the favorite. She's run the races. Now, I have worries that 7 furlongs might be a bit of a stretch for her, but she's run the races on the turf. I don't see how Le Bon Temps is supposed to be favored on the turf, never having run the surface, even if she has some pedigree to handle it.
No, totally agree.
I mean, I don't have a knock us over. The only thing I'll say about Stolen Future, and Paulie, we talked about it earlier in the show, she should have won this race.
Yeah, I mean, she got away 21-3, 44-2. The racetrack was playing fast at 108-4.
Pace held together.
Yeah, and when you look right here, I've said this many times, I still can't believe she lost the race. Her ears are straight up. I think she's finishing. I don't think she's laying down. I still can't believe she lost this race. I mean, I can watch this race over and over. It looks like she's home. How did she lose? That's your worry a little bit. And can she get away from this group?
Can we talk about my long shot a little bit? Joey Big Nose, the 4. My feeling with Joey Big Nose is there's no doubt that she's not coming out of a super strong race, a $30,000 claimer. But that was a race that the pace was very quick and it completely fell apart. And it is far and away the best race she's ever run. Not only does she run a much, much faster figure than she's ever run in the dirt, she did it while running a really good race, close to the pace that fell apart. Now, I don't know that she's good enough to beat this field, but she's 11-1. I'm Alive in the double where she's closer to 20-1. She's a big price in here, and there's a lot of question marks in here. And yes, Stolen Future is to beat, but who in here is so good that I don't think if she was a little against the flow of the race and she can improve her figure a little bit with a good trip, that she couldn't be effective here and at least get a piece.
I'm with you. My horse would be the 3 for Brad Cox. I just think
possible.
The horse has gotten better from those first 2 turf starts and maybe getting back on the turf. I don't know.
That's fair.
Yeah, returning to grass where she started out her career. You can play all the action, including this race coming up, by getting signed up with Naira Bets. That's the offer for new members. With that code right there, bonus 200 at NairaBets.com. I bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Coming through that tunnel. Time to get your game face on. Post parade coming up. We're going to see Red Moon to kick things off, getting on the lawn for the first time.
This horse has run well enough in the dirt, has a smidgen of turf pedigree. I think is an interesting horse, but getting a lot of money too.
Yeah, from a 10-1 morning line, Javier Castellano in the irons, winning 2/3 of this year's Triple Crown. Dream Encore has had 4 tries on turf, has not hit the board.
You know, the last effort was not bad, at least figure-wise, but now cutting back from 1 1/8 to 7 furlongs.
Maiden.
Midtown Lights, here is the Brad Cox filly.
While I agree with what Paulie was saying, I worry about this horse. Her form seems to be dissipating even on the dirt. That concerns me.
Andy's long shot here, Joey Big Nose.
Yeah, I mean, listen, she ran well last time, mile on the 16th, and she's got good races on the dirt, going 7 furlongs. So I don't think the distance is going to be a problem. We'll just see if she's good enough.
Here's Maggie T at 15-1, Jose Lezcano.
Has to improve trying the turf for the first time and has a pedigree that says she's not a turf horse. So have to a very nice dirt horse control group.
Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano, familiar team. BB Kaz comes in from Penn National with that debut turf strike.
Yeah, the owner here, Peter Casamigos, he owns this sire Bank Heist. And at one time he had a couple really fast ones, but most of them like the dirt, although this one ran okay on the turf at Penn.
Our buddy, we know these silks. Tom Amos and Joel Politti, Serengeti Empress silks with the Campakila.
How is this horse 21-1?
Don't understand.
She can handle the distance. She has figures to win it. I mean, I'm not sure she's not like, and I didn't pick her, but I'm not sure she's not supposed to be 5-1. They're betting her like she just has no chance. I don't get it.
Very strange betting there. Le Bon Temps, first time on the grass, 7-2.
Yeah, and a horse that, you know, it's Linda Rice, and she can get a horse on the grass. You know, sometimes horses that like wet tracks do like grass, and she's 3 for 4 over wet tracks.
Here's Stolen Future, very mild favorite at 7-2.
I think she's supposed to be favored here. She has the best turf race. She's a sprinter. The question you have to ask yourself is how much you trust her getting the extra furlong.
Acacia brought up this one, Ms. Bizbucks getting back on turf.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Acacia. This horse drew a tough spot, the rail. You never want to draw the rail in debut. Got kind of left. Then next time wires the field on an off-the-turf event. I think the 10's a good player in here.
And again, another one here who debuted with a win on turf sprinting at Saratoga back as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, no, I think Little Lindsay makes a lot of sense in here. It's a very generous price at 8-1. It's sort of ignored because of connections.
3 minutes away from this 8th coming up. Keepakoy's Joy Division, New York Stallion Stakes. Let's go to Jonathan.
Yeah, guys, you know, look, the 3 and the 9 were the horses that I thought were the most interesting, and they're pretty similar prices. I'll start with the 3. Take that, production. Hopefully you're ready for that. Midtown Lights. This horse, look, it has some okay races on the dirt as of late, but the horse debuted on the turf. Now, those turf numbers, when you look back at them, they don't look as high as you would like to see. But remember, those were earned in September and October as a 2-year-old filly. So those numbers are always going to be a little bit lighter. Now we're almost a year later, or a little bit less than a year, 10 months later, and now she's getting back on the grass, which I think the grass is probably where she wants to be. If she can kind of take some of how she's grown up and showed her performances on the dirt, translate back to the grass, which I think is probably the surface that she wants to be on, with her last work coming at Belmont on the turf, I think the 3 Midtown Lights is attractive at 4-1. But then you have to also kind of pay attention to the 9 Stolen Future, who ran extremely well last time. I love speed in turf races. It's one of my favorite things is speed in turf races. And I think when you look at Stolen Future, if you watch the last race, the pace was honest. The figures were fast, but also that race kind of fell apart late. And I think that kind of also helps you understand that race was fast. Ultimately, I'll go with the 9 because speed never lets me down. But I'm sure Acacia's going to say something about the 3 Midtown Lights that makes that decision a little bit more complicated.
I think you have the right horse, Jonathan. I do think the 9 Stolen Future is the one to beat in here. And again, physically, I don't have a problem with the distance. The number 3, though, Midtown Lights, I agree with you. She should have that natural progression to improve as an athlete, as a horse, versus the last time she ran on the turf. In the early turf races, she was still green. She would get headstrong. She wouldn't switch leads. And she is a bit of a nervous Nelly. She got pretty hot today. She's a lighter frame. She's not a good doer. So while I do wish that she had a little bit more strength and substance to her, that kind of physicality could lend itself fine to go back to the turf, and she's obviously handled it. The number 8, Le Bon Temps, is the one I'm really intrigued by, though, getting onto the grass. While the dam was unraced, there was one sibling who was 1 for 13. The only win was on the turf. But the second dam, Marwood, was a stakes winner, multiple graded stakes place on the grass, and I do not mind the Loudbands on the turf at all. And this one has a turf hoof. She looked great today. I'm intrigued by her getting onto the turf for the very first time, Greg.
Thanks, Acacia. Wide open group here, and 5-2 on the 9 Stolen Future, and the game plan's got to be aggression again here with Dylan Davis, and he has been a lot more aggressive lately.
It'll be interesting because, you know, the Timeform US Pace Projector has Ms. Big Bucks in front. Now, I'm not saying I found that a little bit curious. I respect those pace projectors. I would have agreed with you and thought the 9 would be in front, Stolen Future, Paulie. She looks like the fastest turf horse to me.
Yeah, she does. Maybe they're considering that the 10 got left in her debut and then showed speed.
She didn't really break badly, though.
She kind of broke flat-footed. Yeah, it wasn't like she got completely left. But 8-1, I thought the 10. But they keep on going into the 9 in here. I just think the 8 at 4-1 is a pass for me.
I like the four here at the price. The horse that I'm not a huge fan of that I think is a massive overlay is Tom Amos's horse, Campaquila. I have no idea how this horse is 18-1 in here. I know she didn't run particularly well last time, but she's got turf races going longer. She should handle the distance. They're absolutely fast enough to win this race. She's supposed to be, in my opinion, 5 or 6-1 in here. Why is she over 4 times the price of Midtown Lights? Makes no sense to me at all. The board will probably find out when they run the race, but she seems like an overlay to me, and I don't even like her, and I think she's a massive overlay.
Yeah. Stands out on the board, certainly.
I bet a couple dollars on him just because I think she's too big a price.
There's the favorite, Stolen Future, Dylan Davis, Mark Casse. At 4, big price play for Andy. Still, wow, that price has gone up. 15-1 right now.
I think she'll outrun her odds. It may be that she runs 3rd or 4th if I'm lucky, but I think she's going to outrun her odds. I think the Joey Big Nose is a little interesting.
Keepakoy's Joy Division, New York Stallion Stakes. Let's go to John Embrial.
And they're off. Ms. Big Bucks and Little Lindsay. They're joined by Maggie T, 3 of them across. Joey Big Nose is next in 4th. Then comes Stolen Future, along with Camp Aquila. Down on the inside is Midtown Lights. And alongside is BB Kaz. Far outside is Le Bon Temps. And at the back of the pack are Dream on Cara and Red Moon in 11th. The leader is Ms. Big Bucks. Ran the opening quarter 23 seconds. Ms. Big Bucks by 2 lengths. Maggie T and Little Lindsay, they are heads apart, 2nd and 3rd, with Stolen Future on the move on the outside in 4th. Joey Big Nose down at the rail races in 5th, followed by Camp Aquila in the blue blinkers in 6th. And farther back, it is Midtown Lights along with Le Bon Temps and then Red Moon, Dream on Cara, and BB Kaz at the back. Half mile in 46 seconds. Ms. Big Bucks, Little Lindsay on the outside. It's Ms. Big Bucks with the lead. Little Lindsay running in 2nd. Joey Big Nose now coming on through to grab 3rd. Stolen Future is on the outside. Ms. Big Bucks gets clear here to lead by 3. Then Little Lindsay, Red Moon on the far outside, making a late run, but will not threaten Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today at odds of 9-1.
Ms. Big Bucks, Michelle Nevin, Jose Gomez being the one going to the front, keeps on going.
Great call by Acacia on this horse that I'd bet first time in the turf. Frivolous Buck. I have a picture of her up in my office, Paulie.
Yeah, and listen, the pace projector was dead, right?
Yeah.
The 9 just, did the 9
How was
not
she
break?
near the lead?
I
didn't think anybody got left. I didn't see anybody break that badly in here.
But you could tell Jose Gomez had a load of horse, and at the wire he gave a nice little fist pump, but he rated this horse nicely. And I looked at you guys, and just the way she was doing it in 23, she just got away. The one ran on. The money
She's the
was
only one
right
to
on
close.
lunch.
She actually ran well
yeah.
with a slow pace in here. She actually ran pretty well. No excuse for my 4. She was 5th in here. She got a good ride from Torres. Just not quite good enough.
9-1 over 8-1 over 6-1. Miss Big Bucks, Jose Gomez, Michelle Nevin. That's going to do it for our FS1 coverage. You can swap on over to FS2, catch the conclusion of our program and the nightcap here on our Father's Day coverage. That's where we'll be next after this break. We hope to see you then. Reigning Eclipse Award winner is Outstanding Apprentice, Jose Gomez on the front end on the grass.
Level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Torgo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Buy in July. The Fasig-Tipton July Selected Yearling Sale, the first major yearling sale of the year. Ranked number 1 by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. The July sale is also among the nation's top sources of graded stakes winners. Recent star graduates include Grade 1 winners Faiza and Chocolate Gelato, plus this growing list of graded stakes winners. The Fasig-Tipton July Sale of Selected Yearlings, Tuesday, July 11th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
In the back, $1.5 million. Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good! He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile!
Corniche, the newest champion to Coolmore, America.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Thanks for being with us, spending part of your Father's Day with America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Welcome to those just rejoining us this afternoon. Program brought to you in part by Nyra Bets, where you can play all the action. And our reigning Eclipse Award winner is Outstanding Apprentice, adjusting to life as a journeyman, doing it on the front end with Ms. Big Bucks, our winner circle lead-in, brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July sales of selected yearlings and horses of racing age, July 10th and 11th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
He is so happy. So happy he was going in there.
He
That was
was.
pretty great. It's a nice call by Acacia as well. She's got a lot of good things to say about this horse.
$21 winner. Daughter of War Dancer. We keep saying this
Yeah,
time
I
and
know.
time again. These War Dancers on the turf.
They do. They run on the turf. This horse showed speed.
The Damn Frivolous Buck was a nice runner for George Weaver.
Good little family. This horse was impressive today. I thought handled everything really well.
10-11-1 finish. Let's go to Acacia.
Joined by winning jockey Jose Gomez with Ms. Big Bucks. Jose, you could just see the excitement coming into the winner's circle. What's this feeling like?
It's a great feeling. Always is, you know, winning, the best thing in the world, and even more special when you work with the horses in the morning, and, you know, get to know them, start, you know, learning with them, teaching them, and today she was ready to go.
We've seen some development for sure from this filly. I mean, she definitely looks like a turf horse. She won on the dirt last time, and she just seems so happy and comfortable out there in the front.
Yeah, she's a full sister to Dancing Buck, so we know she liked the grass, and I told Michelle from the first day I got on her, I really liked her, and luckily we had the opportunity to, you know, go through this journey with her.
That has to be so rewarding too, and I know you have a great relationship with Michelle. Making that jump from an apprentice and a champion apprentice to a journeyman rider can be a challenge. You need support of the trainers.
Yeah, of course. It's not easy, but with hard work and dedication, it can be done.
And a stakes win never hurts, right? Congratulations.
Of course. Thank you very much, Acacia.
Jose Gomez, all smiles, and rightfully so, seeing the progression from his filly, Greg.
We talked about him a lot as an extremely talented apprentice on this circuit. That is a tough transition. It's got to mean a lot, though, winning a stake on the turf for a young rider, because that's really where you don't expect to see young riders with a lot of success.
It's hard to get the opportunities, especially when you're coming from being an apprentice to a journeyman. I remember Irad Ortiz, when he lost his buck, Kieran McLaughlin trusted him on Godolphin's Questing. And she won the Coaching All-American Oaks, and then she won the Alabama. And there was a lot of talk, like, wow, Kieran's leaving Irad on. He lost his bug. You know, a lot of these guys, they lose their bugs, and they disappear. And I think when Irad won those races, it helped his confidence. Not that he lacked in confidence, nor should he have, but I think that's when people really said, wow, this kid can ride. And Kieran had the confidence to leave him on, and it worked out for both of them.
Well, I think the other part about it is the resurgence back of Javier Castellano and Johnny V when you already have Jose and Irad Ortiz in the building. I mean, this jockey colony.
Rosario, Flavian Pratt.
This jockey colony is unbelievable. So the fact that he's got 6 or 7 wins and he's 12, 13%, he's having himself a nice little meet. This colony is unbelievable. You got a guy like Jose Lascano who's only got 7 wins at this meet. And he's a rider.
Well, he came back late. He was injured.
Yeah, he was injured. But I would take him on any horse. So
Junior Alvarado.
He's doing very well. You know, he's handling it well.
Good for him, getting a stakes victory on the lawn here. We got the nightcap coming up. $20,000 maiden claiming sprint to close it out. 6 furlongs. And what do you do with Alibi Ike? Dropping it for a tag for the first time. It's Wesley Ward. It's Irad Ortiz Jr. Going to get way over bet. 4-5 right now.
Probably win. But I would never bet a horse like this, but he'll probably win.
So he's getting buried in the pick 5 too.
See if he can get it done.
Wow.
First time in for a tag. It's a big drop down for Alibi Ike. Father's Day. Everyone having a great time out of the racetrack here. So many families enjoying the festivities. Hope you've been enjoying it at home as well. We'll be back with more next.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold on Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Beautiful Sunday afternoon on our Father's Day coverage here on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us on FS2. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Paul LaDuca, Keisha Clement with us as well. JK on location as usual. And we've all enjoyed a very fun day. Every year, this is such a fun afternoon at Belmont.
Nice crowd here, a little noise during the races. It's fun.
It's fun.
It's really good to see a lot of families out here.
You kind of forget after Belmont weekend, you have a kind of letdown, then you get a day like today. Today's packed.
No, it's great. Really, always a good day.
Time for our Great Jones New York performance. First whiskey distillery in Manhattan since Prohibition. Visit them at 686 Broadway in Manhattan to learn about their approach to making 100% New York whiskey. Bad start for Ramblin' Wreck. You would think race over at this point. Look at this finish from Ramblin' Wreck off the bench to come back and win spectacular bid division of this New York Stallion Stakes.
I mean, it speaks for itself, doesn't it, Paulie? This horse just ran. And I'll tell you what else. Watch the way once Irad, and he tried to keep him inside, save some ground, get some cover. When he unleashes him in the stretch, he just flies down the lane.
Yeah, he did. And if you watch Irad, he's just flagging the neck. He crops the horse one time,
right
like
here.
You said, the horse did take off. I mean, amazing that this horse won this race, but it was the first time he'd ever sprinted on the turf. He had gone long. Boy, he liked it today.
His half-brother won this race last year, Dakota Gold. It's a very nice, promising horse. Second finisher's okay. He's probably a little better going shorter, but trouble at the start, just rolled. It's not like anybody else made up any ground, right?
This was exciting. Great Jones, New York bred performance of the week. Ramblin' Wreck in the New York Stallion Stakes spectacular bid division. I mean, I can't wait to see this horse back after that.
Well, we'll see the divisions up in Saratoga. And I think we'll get to see the last winner up there as well. And I don't think there's anything to say that horse can't go longer.
What do they do now? I mean, does this horse want to take back and make one late run?
Well, I mean, obviously you hope you don't get left, but he's obviously a closing type. But I think Danny Gargan's probably looking forward to didn't Dakota Gold lose at like 1-5?
Yes.
Up there last year,
yes.
right? Yeah. So Danny be looking to avenge that loss.
Yeah, I would think so.
That was
Who beat
a very
him?
exciting finish.
Yeah.
It was.
Who beat him? Was it Maker?
Meanwhile,
Mike Maker beat him, maybe? Can't remember. Joe Sharp beat him. Okay.
Meanwhile,
Joe Sharp horse. Yeah.
Cuba Coy's Joy Division, New York Stallion Stakes we just saw. And a former apprentice, now journeyman, Jose Gomez, taking advantage of speed early.
And when other riders seem to show no interest in being aggressive with their mounts, because there was enough speed on paper, there could have been some pace. Jose did a great job backing it down, and I want to see Jose get back to being aggressive. When we saw him doing really well as an apprentice, he was very aggressive. I want to see him be aggressive because he's a terrific rider on the front end.
No, he is. And he nursed this horse along perfectly. You could see the little fist pump he had there at the end, so he was enjoying this win.
He was so happy. It's great to see.
As we said earlier, I mean, on this loaded jockey colony, wins are very tough to come by. You got to relish them all. And this is a nice one for this young man who's still early on in his journey as a rider.
Yeah, I mean, whether or not he's going to be able to be successful long-term in New York. I think also for Jose Gomez, he's in that situation where a number of riders are, where you're trying to hold your own a little bit riding here, and you come to the winter, and things will pick up, obviously, when the bigger names go, and it's very good living. And I think he understands the competition's too deep at top. But if he can win a few races here and there, and you pick up a stake win like this, keep your confidence together, get a chance when the winter comes around to get better mounts.
And still just, the fact that you just ride in this colony, how much you're going to learn from riding with how many good people there are here, picking up their habits, it's going to go a long way.
Very fair point.
That is a very fair point, especially a young rider like him. He's got like 7 or 8 guys he can go to that have just won grade 1 after grade 1 races. So, yeah, and you could tell he's very, very intelligent. You could tell the way he was in the interview that he takes his notes. And I'm in agreement with Andy. He's the kind of kid that he's very, very good on the front end. And I was always taught, harness your weaknesses, make your strengths even stronger. And I think he's making his strength a little bit stronger and stronger.
I'm going to write that down. I got to work on that. I got to find my strengths.
That's being Father's Day, I realize I need some more good sayings to impart on my young ones.
Really?
That is a good one.
Okay.
I'm working
Where
on
are
that.
they?
I'm working on the
visit us
collection.
yet. I'm a little disappointed.
We got this maiden 26 furlong sprint coming up to close things out. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
We'll take a look, starting with the horses to the outside. The number 8, Huey, for Linda Rice, second off the claim. This horse looks very strong and well-muscled today. Distant fourth last time out in a compact field as well, and it was kind of a mad scramble early on. And this horse seemed to be keen on the lead in between horses with Dylan Davis in the saddle that day, and had pressure inside and outside, and predicted who won was kind of a horse that had been knocking on the door for a while and was able to get up while this one faded. I don't think we're going to see that kind of scenario in here. Obviously, much bigger field. And second time with Linda, very strong. Just makes sense in this spot, particularly off of that first race at Keeneland. The number 9, Brass Monkey, I love the name, by the way, back to the main track, which even okay on the turf last time out, but does seem to be a little bit more of a dirt horse, a dirt physicality as well. This one's also second off the claim for Bob Caceres. 2 back, 1 second. I noticed was not the fastest out from the rail and kind of got outfooted that day. Omar Hernandez Moreno, who'll be aboard today, was aboard that afternoon. And I think the outside post will actually suit this guy well to kind of take some time to get into stride, because he has a little bit of size to him as well. And I think he takes a few steps to get his feet underneath of him. The number 1, Alibi Ike, big drop in class. We've seen Wesley Ward be aggressive with his horses coming here to New York, as we saw earlier in the day when he got the win. Rad Ortiz going to be aboard this one. It was a little bit of a bad actor in the saddling stall. It did rear up, kind of striking out onto the walls of the stalls. Was inspected by attendant veterinarians. Luckily, his handlers did a great job in holding on to him, and he's settled now once they've got the tack on, but I'll definitely keep my eyes on him. He's kind of a typical Wesley Ward build in that he's stouter, compact, very, very well muscled behind the saddle in his hindquarters. It just kind of feels like they're searching. Synthetic, turf, dirt, now a big drop in class down to the 20,000. But again, these aggressive type of drops for Wesley Ward have been successful here. Greg?
It's a big drop. It's a dangerous trainer. It's a Rad Ortiz Jr., but it's a horse who first time out. And there were problems, obviously. Excuses in that only dirt start. Yeah. Didn't run a lot.
No, I agree. Got left. I thought got a little bit in some traffic in the race, in this 4.5 furlong race. But, I mean, you can say, well, Wesley ran him on turf and synthetic, but look at Sheriff Bianco, who Wesley never went back to the dirt, even though he ran behind another stakes horse for Steve Asmussen Cowan in his debut. So I won't be surprised when he wins. He is the horse to beat, but he's just way, way overbet in this race. I mean, you want 4 to 5 on him?
What do you think, Paulie?
He's just a tough read. He really is. You know, it's Wesley Ward. It's Irad Ortiz Jr. Okay, that's part of the equation immediately. The horse is going from maiden special weight to maiden 20. You would think this horse can at least run on the dirt at maiden 20, because when you look at the rest of the runners in here, this horse has to run about a 50 to 60 buyer. And the horse that ran that buyer used to be a Wesley Ward runner, the 8.
Let me ask you another question. How confident are you he has any speed?
Yeah.
I mean, you'd think he probably does. Wesley's usually do. He better have some speed from the rail. And listen, he's obviously found the right field to get it done. But no one's ever going to convince me that these horses are good gambles at around even money.
I'm with you. He had a horse in Chi-Town Lady. I think the same type of horse. You know, Wesley Ward's horses usually show a ton of speed. Now, we did see Minister, one of his other horses, that comes a tiny bit off the pace, but his horses that break bad, that's very unusual for Wesley. He's probably one of the best gate trainers I've seen in a while. His horses usually bust out of the gate, so when they get left like that and they're closers.
Well, I wouldn't say this horse is a closer.
Well, no, he's not.
This horse has turf speed sprinting, so this horse is probably going to be, assuming the horse breaks okay, this horse is going to be in front.
It's hard. It's a very interesting question, because he has that one race that makes him a rocket ship compared to these. Then he's got other races that you question, but he's got to come out running. Yeah. He's got to. If he doesn't, he's in trouble. And he did get left in his debut, but that was his debut.
See what happens today. We can play this race, play with us next few weeks of this meet, and on up to Saratoga with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Bonus 200. That promo code to use for new members. So beyond this horse, there are quite a few options if you think he's beatable.
Yeah, I mean, none of them are particularly sexy, but I took Huey, who's an ex-Wesley Ward. You see, so what are we talking about? A lot of short prices, and
Huge
then we
favorite
had
in the Big Five.
well, the first race you beat the favorite, right? But anyway, he's a big favorite. As far as Hui, who I picked, I know he's got speed. I know he ran terribly for Linda the next start in a 4-horse field. There's no way. He was awful that day. But he ran well enough first time out for Wesley Ward. I don't love horse claim from Wesley, but in Linda Rice, I'll trust. And I took this one, had only 2 starts, gets back the debut, is the horse most likely to win if the one doesn't get it done.
There he is.
Yeah, the other 2 horses in here, the 7 and the 9, aren't they? I mean, Bold Honor has been bet in a couple races. They put blinkers on in the second start. The first start against the Maiden 20 showed some speed. And then Brass Monkey on the outside off the claim went to the turf. And Bob Caceres is about 11% from turf back to the dirt. And Source lost his Super Quality by about 13. Super Quality came back to run today, a decent second.
And the horse who beat him when he finished second, 2 back, came back and improved his Beyer figures 4 and then 8 points.
And here it is. This was a muddy sealed track April 1st at Aqueduct. Let Freedom Spring, the one that beat him. He finished 3 lengths clear of Grand again. There's a huge price near that Jose Gomez will ride.
Yeah, and I don't really care what he did last time. He was on the wrong surface, and don't think he did too much running that day. He's back on the right surface. He makes plenty of sense. I mean, both the 8 and 9, the board is right. If you're trying to beat the 1, you're going to probably the 8 or 9,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, it's just because they both possess at least forward. Even the 7, the horse has shown forward going long, but probably maybe not as fast as the 8 and 9. I just think if anybody's going to beat the 1, they're going to be forward.
The 7, I know the 7's cutting back, and that probably helped. The 7 was so bad last time, it's almost embarrassing. I mean, the favorite got left in there. The horse is absolutely walking on the front end and stopped badly. Less distance is his friend, but I thought his last race was awful.
Manny Franco, by the way, is going to be on Bold Honor. Kenner Carmouche was off the majority of his mounts today, so we'll see. Man, there he is, 10-1.
Looks like your family is coming up to visit us, Greg.
Yes, they're going to say a little hello before we sign off.
They're going to do a cameo. They want to cover the last race. Paulie and I are happy to get up for the kids.
My son watches the show enough that I'm sure he knows how to do it.
Well, he's much more interested in Paulie than you, right?
He is.
Oh, he's a big Paulie. You didn't know this?
You know you're in trouble if he has some kind of paper and he starts whipping. Has he started doing that yet?
Not yet.
Okay, so
but
you're
I'm
all
sure
right.
it's not far off.
Yeah.
He loves rooting him down the stretch.
That's awesome.
He really does.
Yeah. He was in our offices today, and all he wanted to do was look at the horses.
Here is the big favorite, Alibi Ike. Big drop down in class for WW.
This horse, the start is really important. This horse needs to pop out of the gate. If he's going to win today, in all likelihood, it's going to be on the front end.
Runaway Road, Peter Walder. Interesting at all, you guys? I'm surprised he's 19-1.
Well, I kind of forgot about this horse. This horse opened up 2 lengths going 4.5 furlongs at Charlestown, so maybe this horse will be at least a speed factor early.
Here's Sways in My DNA is going to cut back from long on the grass.
His dirt races are significantly slower than his turf races, but in this field, I don't want to toss anybody.
Well done on the name there, Greg. Well done on the name there on the 3.
He's been on the show a few times. Grand again at 18-1.
Another horse, been on a couple sloppy racetracks. Last time on the main track, lost to Brass Monkey, was 21 lengths third there.
Here's Alpha Sunny, first-time starter.
Okay, this horse is a half to 2 horses that won their maidens in their debuts at gigantic prices, for what it's worth.
37-1 on We All Liked Him.
Yeah, another horse that's really tough to get to. Does have a mile race that's not bad. The blinkers haven't done much.
Shouldn't they change his name to Nobody Likes Me?
Yeah, the prices he's been. Bold Honor, here's Manny Franco, 10-1.
Yeah, I couldn't bet him off his last, but cutting back in distance will help him.
Contenders, I'm with Paulie, 7, a bit of a contender as well. But Hui, 9-2. If he can get back to that debut race, he's in it.
Hui got beat by Hocus in his first start. Then next time he was in a 4-horse field and was dead last. So he needs to turn it around and maybe just draw a line through that last race.
And Brass Monkey, turf to dirt. Bob Caceres trains.
He's run well enough on the dirt that he's one of the horses if you're against the 1.
I like his
3 to
look.
5. 3 to 5 on the 1 now.
Wow.
I'll tell you what, for
Crazy.
maiden 20,
Crazy.
he looks good, no?
Love the way he's warming up. 5-1 right now. By the way, 3 to 5 on Alibi Ike.
Insane.
Let's go to Jonathan.
Yeah, look, I want to try to say something a little bit more interesting than the one Alibi Ike. This is one of those situations we see often. And don't get me wrong, these horses run up the track for Wesley Ward. But they're horses that have shown a little speed possibly, have run okay figures, and then they just drop to the bottom. They can open up and win by 6. They can also run out the back and run last. So really, it's just what your appetite is in this situation. I'd like to be alive to this horse in multi-race wagers, but I would hate to bet the horse to win. I'm sure someone on Twitter will find that comment interesting and post about it. But it's just the honest way I feel about it. This horse, I think is the most likely winner just based on class. But I don't trust this horse as far as I could throw him, which wouldn't be very far. They're very heavy animals. The 8 Hui is interesting as a horse who always takes money. But I just have a problem when horses run for a tag a few times and get beat by 30 lengths. The horse obviously has a little bit of ability based on what they've done in the morning to be able to kind of take some of the money that they've taken. So I guess that horse is interesting in here. But for me, it just feels like a class play with the one Alibi Ike. And you have to zig and zag with these Wesley Ward droppers. Acacia, I'm going to zig and say that this one will win.
Yeah, he's probably going to beat the rest of us that are trying to get creative here in the nightcap, JK. But I wanted to take a look at a horse that's cutting back. The number 7, Bold Honors. Jamie Begg deputizing for Rob Atras, serving a suspension here. He struck me in his last race when they did try to run him long as a big galloping type. So I can understand wanting to try a little bit more distance with him, but he was able to set the pace pretty comfortably and then faded and got run down. And he's a big boy. And Kendrick Carmouche took him in his patented warm-up right away from the pony, off for a big gallop, just trying to get him into stride and get him to pick up the bit. I am a little bit reticent in this field to take him because he hasn't shown much as of yet, and I know they're cutting back with him. But that being said, even though he's a big galloping type, he ran like a horse last time that could appreciate a turn back in distance. So we'll see how he handles it going to the 6. I wish it was 7 furlongs. He's 9-1. I did prefer best, though, the warm-up of the number 9, Brass Monkey, as you alluded to, Greg. He framed it beautifully on the track.
Yeah, 5-1 Brass Monkey. So getting back to dirt, he looked like he is ready to roll this afternoon. By the way, he was warming up. We'll see if he runs to those looks. 3-5 now on Alibi Ike.
Yeah, I don't know.
I would book this horse at 3-5 before I bet him, but I'm not going to be surprised when he wins. But I would never bet a horse like this 3-5, ever.
I want to say thanks to everyone who watched this afternoon, spent some time with us on Father's Day. Everyone, I know, obviously they're out here, they're not watching, but everyone who came to the track made it a special day here.
No, it was really special. I had the privilege to go out into the infield and see a lot of young ladies come up. Okay, can I do an interview? My dad's with me, so there are a lot of young women here. They're here with their dads that are enjoying this day.
You weren't on a tractor in the infield?
All right. But, yeah, beautiful day and really great turnout and a great job by our staff to have everything out there, the golf simulators, the trucks, the cigars, and that giveaway bag. By the way, can I get one of those?
Got one right, but oh no. Oh, there is one there.
Uh-oh.
One left.
Bidding war.
I hear they're very hard to get, Greg. That's the rumor going around.
All right, Paulie.
There you go. Whoever finishes horse in front.
I got to go with a 9.
Wow. Okay, I'll go with the 7.
I went with the 8.
There you go.
I defer to you guys.
Paulie, you know I'd give it to you anyway.
Listen,
you modeled it. You did a fine job modeling. I just want to say that, Greg.
You should be a hand model too.
I think
as
you have
well.
a big
That was my modeling debut.
Model. I thought
you know, Acacia asked that I should be a hand model, but I've broken like 12 of my fingers because of baseball.
Nightcap
Stop
coming
complaining.
up. Here we go. Can Alibi Ike get it done from the inside? Little unsettled right now.
And they're off. That was a bobbling beginning for number 3, Sways in My DNA. Alibi Ike from the rail is going out for the early lead with a Grand Again right there. Runaway Road now comes on through, and We All Liked Him is a close-up 4th. It's Grand Again who has the lead. We All Liked Him running in 2nd. The big favorite, Alibi Ike, down at the rail, and alongside is We All Liked Him. And then it's a break of 2 lengths. Back to Huey, who runs in 5th, followed by Sways in My DNA now in 6th. Then Bold Honor in 7th. Brass Monkey is next in 8th. And farther back is Alpha Sunny. The leader is Grand Again, coming for the top of the stretch. Runaway Road is in 2nd. Alibi Ike is going to need some racing room down towards the rail there. Far outside, it is Huey. Sways in My DNA looking to come on through. So it is Grand Again, Huey on the outside, Alibi Ike with nowhere to go down at the rail. Here is Huey, here is Sways in My DNA, Sways in My DNA, and Huey, and the 2 of them will battle it out to the finish. Sways in My DNA, oh, it turned out to be close at the end. Sways in My DNA or Huey, a photo finish in the Father's Day finale.
32-1 finish on our Father's Day card. Sways in My DNA. Amin Castillo.
This was covered in the Big 6.
Wow. Good ride. He was able to sweep off the cover of the 8. Huey and Irad Ortiz Jr. almost got put over the rail with the favorite by the 4. Grand
I don't know
Again.
if he had any horse anyway,
no,
though.
I'm kind
but
of
he
with you,
not
too.
even riding him here. Look who's running at the end, the 5, too. The first juror was a big price, but this horse gets the money here, and I bet Huey. I didn't know if I'd win, but I didn't think I'd lose to Sways in My DNA.
Someone's taking home $63,000 plus in the pick 6.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Is that what it is?
And, you know, another rider that does not get a ton of opportunities. Good for Amin Castillo.
Wow.
It's the money here.
The 8 kind of idled and then fought back when the 3 got to the front end. But Amin Castillo gave this horse a perfect ride. He kind of shadowed Jose Ortiz and swung right around him.
Tough one to have, to say the least here. 3-8, 7-5. And, you know, for the favorite inside, tough trip, certainly down a stretch.
Yeah, for sure. Whether he had a horse or not, it's hard to know. And, you know, he broke fine, but then Irad sort of settled him off the pace, and I have no idea if he had a horse or not. He didn't really look like he was running, but it's not really fair.
I think if Irad had to do it over, he just pushes to the front end and takes his chances.
I think if he had to do over again, he'd have gone home early to see the kids on Father's Day.
They got a lot to celebrate. He had a tremendous weekend, by the way.
Yeah. He's a
including
tremendous
that
rider.
victory on Goodnight Olive and that redemption. Terrific ride. How good is Goodnight Olive yesterday?
That's going to be a very interesting division in Saratoga. Looking forward to those races.
Hope you enjoyed our Father's Day coverage. Happy Father's Day once again to everybody out there watching. Paulie, to you as well, and everyone on our crew. It was Ramblin' Wreck. What a performance. Poor break. What a finish. To take that spectacular bid division. New York Stallion Stakes with Irad Ortiz Jr. in the 3-year-old debut. And Ms. Big Bucks, the young man, Jose Gomez, putting this one on the front end to take the Cupacoys Joy division in the New York Stallion Stakes. We will see you on Wednesday.